tarde a todos e a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Opa, vocês estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
Tá dando pouquinho de eco aqui.
Well, we had a bit of echo. Let's start again.
Então, boa tarde.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julia Caligari. I'm Academic Collaboration Coordinator at Lemon. I'm a former student at the Harvard Government School of Government. And it's such a pleasure to be at the Brazil Conference. I'd like to welcome you on this panel on racial equity, challenges and opportunities for Brazil. This panel is part of Brazil Conference and it's organized by the Lemon Foundation. And the objective is to discuss strategies for public policies to face racial inequality in the public education system in Brazil. This is an increasingly urgent debate, especially in a context of worsened inequalities, where policies oftentimes do not benefit the most vulnerable ones. So to begin this dialogue, I'd like to introduce our speakers. Unfortunately, Representative Erika Malunguinho, who had confirmed her presentation, had a last-minute commitment and she had to cancel her participation, and she apologizes to everyone and to our guests, and we had no time to change our panel. But it's such an honor to have with us Professor from Teachers College at the University of Columbia, Sonia Douglas Horsford. She has research on educational policies. She has published over 20 articles on the subject in renowned academic publications, and one of her books is The Politics of Education Policy in an Era of Inequality Towards Democratic Possibilities for Schooling. We also have the pleasure of welcoming Professor Alexandro Santos as our speaker as well. He has a PhD in education from the São Paulo University, director at the Parliament School at the São Paulo City Council, and she also conducts research with FGV and the University of São Paulo. Mariana has a master's degree in social entrepreneurship from USC, University of Southern California. She is a Lemon Fellow, and since 2015, she's been working at the Lemon Foundation, leading education initiatives, and she is currently manager for institutional development. Mariana, over to you.
Obrigada, Julia.
Thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start by welcoming you to our panel. It's such an honor to participate in this debate with so many important people on such an important topic. In the past few decades, there has been a strong focus to ensure access to education for all Brazilians. And today, we face an enormous challenge, which is how do we make sure learning takes place? We notice that there is an extra element to add to the complexity of that scenario: inequality. Although inequality is so relevant today, very few studies are looking at race, although existing studies bring alarming data. 2019 data by UNICEF showed that white students only have a lag of 15%. Among Black students, that number goes up to 31%. That's why our main focus in this panel is to understand how to promote education equality and to think about what can be done towards that end. To make sure that we have a productive debate, I'd like to start by asking a few questions to our panel members, and then we will have about 30 minutes for questions from the audience. We will collect our questions through our chat, so do post your questions because we will select a few of them. Shall we begin? I'd like to begin with Professor Alexandru. Professor, many educators consider that we don't need to conduct a diagnosis with a racial focus because they believe that inequality is just economic. Is there any correct relationship between racism and education? A second question, why is it important to look at racial inequality separately? Hi, Mariana. Good afternoon. I wanted to thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel along with Professor Sonia. My heartfelt thanks to the organizers who took care of all the details, allowing us to be here. And I'd like to commend you for choosing this topic at Brazil conference. These questions you raised are very relevant because Brazil is a country that supported the slavery system for over 350 years. It would be way too naive and dishonest to believe that 3.5 centuries of slavery left no marks on Brazilian society, believing that didn't cause a noxious relationship between the blacks and the whites, and one of them is the one we are discussing today. Human rights to education are affected by structural racism in Brazil. Actually, in the last few years, we made some progress in universal education policies, both in terms of access, permanence, conclusion, and learning. But as we made a choice to design universal public policies, our racial and social and economic inequalities remain stagnant. So it's important to conduct a diagnosis that will look at the specific characteristics of academic performance, access to education in the different racial groups in Brazil. And why is that? Because we need to give more visibility to that inequality in our public policies. And moreover, we need to use those diagnoses to design and implement education public policies whose focus is the fight against racial inequality. We need that evolution because racial inequality is not only connected to other types of inequalities like social and economic inequalities, but it also strengthens the weight of other inequalities. We study how inequalities are interconnected. So racial inequality is connected to social and economic and gender inequality, intersectionality. It's important to have reliable data on racial inequality in education in order to design the correct public policies. And it's very hard to include it in the agenda of educational policies, even with data. It's important to say that we already have a set of data showing that we do have racial inequality in Brazilian elementary education. A recent study conducted in Brazil that has to do with the point you raised from UNICEF, identifying that in the 5th grade, only 5 years after the child enters the education system, we already have an enormous difference in academic performance in math. That difference between blacks and whites is equivalent to 2 years of schooling. It is as if children, both in the 5th grade, but black children is learning the equivalent to a 3rd grader. We already have that data, and we already know how the black community has a greater dropout rate. If we look at white children and the performance of Black children, we will see that the risk of a Black student dropping out is 6 times higher than the risk of a white child dropping out from a basic education. The data is available. The research is available. So why is it that the Brazilian government still rejects the inclusion of vectors to promote racial equality whenever we deal with educational policies? Why is it that we don't add race as a structuring element in public policies? To my mind, this is related to a historical process of denial that there is racial inequality in Brazil. Brazil, over the 20th century, came up with a social discourse saying that racial inequality didn't exist, be it because of the myth of racial democracy or the myth that inequalities are just restricted to social and economic levels. And if we overcome social and economic inequalities, automatically we overcome racial inequality. And that's an ideology. They are still present in the design of our educational policies. Social and economic status will interfere with economic performance anywhere in the world. That's a strong determinant of success or failure at school. But besides, race also plays a role that in itself, if we eliminate the social and economic factors, if we work with children in the same social and economic level, racial inequality will explain the difference in the academic performance. So Brazil needs affirmative action policies in elementary education to correct racial inequality.
We had a project in our state to work with affirmative actions in access to higher education. And we have that in Brazil right now. Of course, we have a lot of inequality here, but we have created these policies, and they have been sustainable, and they have been proven to be efficient. However, there's a lot of resistance when creating that for public basic education. And of course, it makes no sense to have affirmative actions for access because everyone has access to education in Brazil. But we need affirmative policies and actions to make sure these kids stay in school. And we need affirmative actions to also improve and boost their academic performance. And even if we had a coalition between center and left-wing parties with former President Cardoso and former President Lula da Silva, they weren't able to foster this agenda as they should have. I remember that when we were talking about K-12 education at the time, we already knew that race had a lot to do with academic performance. So why not adding that to the IDEB index? Because at the time, we had the technical means to do it, but politically speaking, we chose not to give visibility to the racial element in academic performance. This has to do with national policies. We have to understand that if we don't talk about race when creating and deploying policies, we won't be able to correct this inequality. Since we are talking about structural racism, the few and far between initiatives we see in the classroom are important, but they are not enough because we need to face something that is structural. That is why we need public policies that are created to boost affirmative action in elementary school and middle school to fight structural inequality. And this has to do with our history, and we've made some strides. We've approved the bill 10,639. Then we had Professor Petrolina working with an opinion on education and racial relations. So we've made progress, But we have so much inequality that this is not enough. Usually, economists create forecasts. So if we keep on having the public policies that we have right now for education with this level of investment in fighting racial inequality, and this is not enough investment, it would take us 75 years to have equity in the access to education in Brazil between the white population and the Black population. We cannot wait for 75 years. So we need to invest in consistent, safe, permanent, continued diagnosis in this area. And we need to use this data to create and deploy institutional educational policies. And this is not something we are asking for. This is something we are demanding right now, because this is what we need to have progress in education in Brazil. We demand it because we need to comply with our legislation. We made sure that in our legislation, we would ensure education as a basic right to everyone in Brazil. And this is very important in our context right now, because as you said, there is a trend of seeing more inequality because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, the pandemic has brought deep impacts when it comes to healthcare, but we are going through a leadership crisis as well, and this affects education. So racial inequality needs to be a top priority in our educational agenda. And we need to be bold enough to have solutions that are focusing on fighting racial inequality. Yes, we do need affirmative actions in basic education to make sure Black students stay in school and to make sure their performance is better. We should at least adjust the level of academic performance between the Black population and the white population, even though we do know that in Brazil we have an educational crisis regardless. But we have a lot of inequality here, and if we don't do something of school failure or educational failure. So at that time, this teacher was already saying that some of the failure we see in education in Brazil is caused by public policies that are not looking into racial inequality, and also initiatives that are based on structural racism. So we have both a mission because we don't have enough educational policies or public policies, and we have structural racism, which hinders the development of Black children. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. You've brought us a lot of information and a lot of proof of how important this topic is and how serious this problem is. Racism has direct impact on the lives and academic performance of these children. Now I have a question for Professor Sonia. Professor, you can start your comments talking about the experience you've had in the US. So my question is, how can we mobilize public leaders to face the challenge of racial inequality in education? Also, what have been lessons learned on the efficacy of public policies against this issue?
Thank you, Mariana, for those questions, and thank you to the Lemon Foundation and the event organizers for the invitation to be a part of this really important discussion. I really want to echo what Dr. Santos has shared in terms of a lot of the parallels between what it sounds like you're experiencing in Brazil and what the United States has continued to experience in terms of really trying to address the issue of racial inequality in the US. We have a longstanding history of separate and unequal education. And as Dr. Santos mentioned, much of that is a result of public policy. And so it's really important that this work is centered on understanding that history and the problem of inequality in United States education as well as American society. And the study of this is not new. Committed researchers, educators, and policymakers have grappled with the various manifestations of this problem, whether through racial segregation of schools, whether in gaps in achievement and opportunity or resource distribution, as well as the purpose and value of education for generations. Recent events such as the coronavirus pandemic and the continued murders of innocent Black Americans by law enforcement, even as recently as yesterday, serve as a powerful reminder of the great danger in allowing racial inequality to worsen or deepen, whether along lines of race, class, gender, sexual orientation, ability, religion, citizenship, or at their intersections. In the US, there is this long-held belief, and it's held probably in many places throughout the world, that education has the potential to reduce inequality, expand opportunity in economics, in employment, and in education, and advance the American dream. Yet growing racial inequality in schools has threatened not only America's narrative of opportunity, but it's also obstructed this pathway to the proverbial American dream. And left unchecked, these conditions have really made it normal in many ways to see Black students faring at lower rates than white students and students of color more broadly. And so it's really important that we let our children and the public know that racial inequality and divisions are really not the natural order of things, that much of this is a result of decisions that have been made by leaders and policymakers, and that there is, in fact, something that can be done about it. In fact, a long review of the history of American education reveals not only systemic racism in the form of laws and policies, but also in the activism and the important work that African Americans in particular, but that groups and communities of colors and their allies have been able to engage in order to make change over time. And so I think that while we look at the seemingly intractable problems associated with racial inequality, it's also important to highlight and think about the important progress that has been made through activism, through efforts to change laws and policies, which has really been led by students, parents, families, and community members, again, largely within the African American community and peoples of color all across the United States. I think that the problem of inequalities also underscores the powerful role that research plays in the use of research evidence. And so research can be used to expose inequality, but can also be used to reproduce it. And I think this is one of the limitations of the research that has been collected and used in the US. In 2001, we had the No Child Left Behind Act that was passed that, had its benefits and its negative consequences, in that it was for the first time when the federal government mandated the use of racial data to determine whether or not students were achieving in ways that were acceptable, that demonstrated proficiency. But 20 years later, I would argue that that data, while it highlighted the inequalities and discrepancies by race, we haven't necessarily used it to decide how we would invest in teaching and learning solutions, the transformation of curriculum, the preparation of teachers and leaders. And so I would suggest that when Brazil chooses to be very intentional about the use of racial data, that it's not only to shame, in many ways, Black students, but is used to think about how we then invest and transform the ways that we deliver education. And so I think that is one of the major limitations of the ways in which we have used race in education research and education policy in the US, and that you can't just use it only to highlight and concretize a narrative of failure and inferiority, but that it must be used, again, in a public policy way to think about how we invest in resources for education, as well as thinking about the representation of teachers and leaders in schools and communities. And that has also been a perspective that has been missing from the research and scholarship. Despite, again, the movement and interest in advancing equity, and we've had affirmative action policies in the United States. We've had most recently, since No Child Left Behind, this larger commitment to increasing equity, diversity, and inclusion, and now anti-racism and anti-Black racism. But I get concerned that we rush to name something rather than really understanding and knowing it. And that requires us really digging into the history of how race and racism have shaped this nation, how schools have been used to perpetuate and reproduce it, but how we can also use schools as a lever to dismantle it. So I think it's a hopeful time if we, as members of the research, policy, and practice communities, really come together to think about the knowledge that we're producing, how it is being used to shape policy, and then how practitioners are able to take that up to improve the type of education that's being delivered. But even with all of this work that's happening and the funding and resources that are being invested in education, it's still not enough, in that we have to understand that the data that we collect must be able to identify the problem of racial inequality, that we must also recast the problem of racial inequality is not simply a problem of some racial groups needing more than others, which is true in some sense, but why certain racial groups have while others have not. And understanding why certain racial groups remain advantaged and enjoy privilege when others have not. And so I think that those are the types of questions that researchers should be taking up, not simply naming the inequality, discovering inequalities, reporting the differences, but asking what role do power and politics play in the distribution of resources and education, and what must be done to better understand the histories of racism and discrimination and how they've contributed to the current conditions of inequality today. And so we know that for research to be used, it needs to be responsive, routine, and relational. But again, the knowledge base upon which the education of children of color is being developed and delivered is a large part of the problem for us in the United States. It simply continues to show that Black students are not learning at the same rates, are not accessing opportunity at the same rates, are not graduating from high school or college at the same rates. And so rather, again, than perpetuating this narrative, I think that researchers and scholars should be committed to finding out why this is. And I think that a historical lens and the use of critical theories are really important to doing that. And that leads me to the second question, which I've touched on a bit, but what are the main learnings about or from the US about public policy's efficacy to fight this problem that we can apply in Brazil? And I think the two key areas that I've highlighted in some sense, but that I want to reemphasize now that are critical is that one, it is not sufficient to collect data on student achievement alone. Also the educational community and socio-political contexts that shape the educational experience for Black and other disenfranchised children. And then secondly, making sure that we're using research evidence that centers the voices and experiences and perspectives of people of color. One of the problems that I think we continue to face, or the assumptions that we make, is that there is one vision of education in a place like the United States or in Brazil. And I would argue that politically, we have to recognize that there are competing visions and values around what education should look like and who it's for and for what purpose. And so, again, if we look at slavery in the United States, right, the purpose of education was either for religious reasons or to ensure that slaves would not actually be free in terms of being able to access rights or even the knowledge that it should be a human right and granted to every individual. And so how do we rethink what the purpose and aims of education are for Black children today? Is it to be in a system that will potentially lead you to incarceration? A school to prison pipeline is a huge problem that has been studied and examined in the United States, but what are we doing about it to change that pipeline from school to prison? I mean, to think about that being a phenomenon in this country is something that we should really be enraged over, but yet it's a narrative that we have kind of, become accustomed to and accepted. And so what will we do? Whose vision of education will prevail? Will it be a vision that is led by a white dominant power structure, or will it be a vision that is articulated from the ground up from peoples of color who understand what it means to not have access to an education that affirms your identity, that affirms who you are, that recognizes that you are educable, that you are intelligent, that you have the intellectual capacity and ability to contribute to your country and to contribute to these larger issues of racial and social equity. So I think the answers are there. They're at our disposal. It's a matter not simply of knowledge, but of the political will to do it. And I am encouraged, and I hope to encourage all of you in Brazil that we have a new administration, and I feel very hopeful in the value around research, around science, around the importance of professional expertise, and a commitment to public education that this administration has. And that through that, and again, in partnership with policy and practice communities and research communities, that we can do what we know needs to be done. And that's to let our educators serve as the professionals that they are, to honor them and respect the work that they do as educators, to make sure they're compensated for that work, to really invest in the pipeline of teacher education, preparation, and development. Again, we have identified these issues, but have not necessarily put in the investments to support young people to go into the teaching profession. So how do we think about the long-term goals that we want to achieve for an inclusive and equitable education? And what role should education play in serving as a lever for larger social and hopefully global equity, as we think about how we can work better by collaborating and solving these problems together, rather than fighting and limiting access to education and the opportunity for individuals to grow academically, intellectually, and educationally.
Obrigada, professora Sônia.
Thank you, Professor Sonia. You also brought very important thoughts to us on to what extent public policies can reproduce the status quo and the structural racism. And we realize that looking at the data is not enough. What do we do with that data? So thank you so much for your thoughts and for your provocations. We've received different interesting questions. I'd like to start with one and like to hear both of you on that question. So this person is asking, what is the difference between promoting equity in general and acting intentionally on racism, on racial issues? Mariana, I would, listening to Professor Sonia, she said something that makes so much sense. Besides working with data in order to report racial inequality, we must work with the data to generate solutions and perhaps invert the question behind research. What are the factors that will allow part of the Black children to be successful at school? Can we take those factors to all Black children? Are there certain factors in successful experiences that can shed some light on public policies for everyone? So that's an important piece of information on how research can help us fight inequality. But to the question, I believe we must differentiate educational public policies that are universal, that are designed for everyone, without any distinction of what will be delivered to each one, from focused or targeted policies that identify that a given group will require a specific design of educational policy. Why? Because they are at a disadvantage as far as their right is concerned. So we do have targeted policies in different areas, and in education, there are some such policies. But what we're saying here is that Brazil doesn't do that type of targeting looking at racial elements in elementary education. It does that type of targeting in access to higher education. For instance, Brazil determines that considering the weight of structural racism, and in our case, it is associated to social and economic consequences. So we have racial and social quotas for higher education. They are not just racial quotas. They take into account social and economic status and race. So the Brazilian government understood it would be necessary to create a targeted policies to ensure access to higher education. So when we talk about racial equity, we're talking about a fair access to education, fighting the injustices associated to the fact that those children or adolescents are Black. So we should treat equally everyone. When we look at racial inequality and we see that difference, the racial equality policy has to be implemented. It's important to underscore that when we talk about equity, we're not necessarily talking about standardizing the learning process at every level. What we are saying is the following: learning differences are acceptable provided they are not explained by racial criteria. I can accept that two children have different learning achievements if what generated that difference is not a racial or religious characteristics. If the difference is explained only by the relationship between the children and the learning process, if that difference is not restricted to race, I can accept that difference. I can accept a difference above what is for everyone to learn. I can accept differences above the equity bar. The second criterion is that it cannot be generated by social and demographic characteristics. What we have in Brazil is that we do not meet those two criteria. Our learning inequalities are gigantic. 1/4 of Brazilian children perform below standards, 1/4. And among those 1/4, 68% are Black. That is unacceptable. I can't accept that in an already unacceptable system, the vast majority of those children are Black. No children should be there. So almost 25% of Brazilian children are there. And the second problem is there is a type of child that is there being more negatively impacted, the Black children. So when I talk about racial inequality, is to fight the problem of having children below the minimum standard, and we should fight inequalities. I don't know if I answered the question. I don't know if I made myself clear, but perhaps Professor Sonia can help me with that. But the way I understood the question, it had to be with racial inequality. Our inequality has different facets. One of them is the racial dimension. There are social and economic dimensions. We have a territorial dimension. Depending on where you're born, the quality of education varies terribly, and that generates education inequalities. And there are gender inequalities in Brazil as well. So racial inequality is one of them, and we must have racial policies. If I create a social economic policy that has a different setup, that's why we talk about equity policies focusing race. Professor Sonia,
Yes.
would you like to add to that?
Sure, I can. And Dr. Santos, I think you did answer the question. I typically write about and look at the problem of equality or equality as a goal still, given the historical struggle for educational equality in the United States. So we often talk about the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision in the United States as a clear statement from the federal government, the US Supreme Court, that separate schools are inherently unequal. And we often laud that decision as a symbol of America's commitment to racial equality in education. And I bring up the case because equality for me really represents equal rights and citizenship and equal protection under the law in the United States. And it's something that we still do not have as Black Americans in this country. You don't have rights when it comes to the police stopping you. You don't have rights in terms of the type of school that your child may have access to based on where you live. You may not have rights or access to healthcare or some of the basic needs that you have in this country based on the function of you being Black, but it also being entangled with class status. So part of the challenge of having discussions around race and class in the United States is that entangled relationship between race and property. And again, this legacy of slavery and who had access to wealth and property. And so it makes it, I think, even more challenging here, and this may be similar in Brazil, where it's hard to talk about race without talking about class. And people will typically prefer to talk about maybe social class or geography as opposed to the issue of race. But it is important to focus on race because it really gets down to whether or not we believe that all individuals are full human beings and should have access to the right of full human, or to be recognized really as full human beings. And so one of the things that the equity discourse in education is about, it's about fairness, but it's also thinking about how we humanize education anymore. It has become so technocratic, so impersonal, so focused on test scores. Children have become numbers as opposed to individuals who may be developing at different levels and who learn in diverse and different ways. We also have to think about the role of educators. Racism doesn't only impact the students in the classroom, it also impacts our teacher workforce. It impacts who gets identified or supported to be a leader of a school. Do you fit the profile of a leader if you are a Black woman in the United States educational system? And if so, what role do you play? And so there's also quite a bit of a scholarship that shows that our Black men, for example, who are in administrative roles are typically the disciplinarians in the school or play that function, right? And so how does this issue of race continue to show up in education? And at what point will people of color be the ones to determine what and demand what type of education they want and expect for their children?
Obrigada, Professor Alexandre, Professora Sônia.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alexandro and Professor Sonia. We have a very practical question here. Do you have any suggestions for teachers, managers, or academic staff to reduce inequality in teaching? And Professor Sonia, do you have any kind of curriculum instructions in American schools in this sense? Is there anything to try and help the school community to try and reduce inequality in teaching and learning?
That's a great... I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Podemos começar com a professora Sônia agora, que acho que...
We can start with Professor Sonia now. We can take turns. Go ahead, Professor Sonia.
So I would encourage people to read my work. Was the first thing that I would say. But, we really have a robust body of research and amazing scholars who are really have been exploring this issue for a long time. And I think I just challenge educators to learn about the history of the United States. We don't teach it. Many of us, if we were educated here, don't have access to it, or, depending on the teacher that you got at the school that you attended, you may or may not really understand how this country came to be, and the role of schools in that. And so I think it's important for anyone who is in front of children to understand the history of this country, the history of the role of schools in American society, understand the background and the context and the community of the children that you're serving. W.E.B. Du Bois in 1935 laid out the features of a proper education. And it was really just knowing, who your students are, making sure that they have the proper facilities, that they have high quality instruction, that they have access to extracurricular activities. And so I really think that we just need to get back to basics and thinking about how we put our children first. Who's advocating for children? What do they need to grow and to develop to be happy, thriving, members of our society? And I think that if we put them at the center, and we're really committed to developing and supporting what is any country's most precious resource, that will strengthen our profession, and that we'll be able to do the things that are right and just by our children.
Eu concordo com a professora Sônia, tem campo
I agree with Professor Sonia.
pra gente fazer que é estudar mesmo.
We still have some investments to make, and we have to study, we have to research, we have to understand how race came to be in Brazil and how it had an impact in the organization of our society and our school system. So yes, I would recommend the same thing. And here's something I would say. We need to accelerate this change, because some of this change has already been happening. And this has to do with the ability in each school to see how close or how far each school is from racial equality in education. Because schools are complex systems. If we only look at the individual performance of teachers, we're going to use the wrong lens, because schools are complex. As an institution, schools need to understand how they operate, and they need to tackle this issue together. They need to go towards what they want, and we want a school that is going to foster racial equality. In Brazil, we have amazing research developed by the Ação Educativa Institution. This resource brings quality indicator in racial and ethnic relations. These indicators are a methodology, a step-by-step guidebook, so that schools can carry out a strict self-assessment. This is how they can figure out how they are doing in education when it comes to racial relations. Through this resource, schools can think about how they have been organizing their time, their space, their curriculum, the relationship between teachers and students, the relationship between students, and the materials that are available to everyone. It is very helpful for schools to understand how they are doing everything when it comes to racial inequality. And at the end of the assessment, schools can take a look at their weaknesses, creating an action plan to go forward. I believe in this kind of approach because I always say that teachers and educators are not reproducing racism because they want to. No teacher wakes up in the morning and decides to be a problem or to hinder the development of a child, of a Black child. No educator will ever decide that. But we have bias. We have contamination by structural racism. And this is why this seeps into our practices. That is why I recommend this methodology. It was developed with public funding, it is free of charge, and it is very useful for teachers and schools to have a self-evaluation. This is how they can understand where racism lies in the educational practices in that school. You have 7 different elements for that. So just Google it. Quality indicators in racial and ethnic relationships. With this material, we go from documents into our practices. And by using this resource as a North Star to build this process, we can scale it up in the political system. Because if every school goes through this self-assessment and is able to understand its biggest weaknesses and its biggest gaps in racial relationships, the educational system could be using this data to design public policies to support these schools. Because we are sure that in the self-assessment, we're going to see that it's hard to train teachers. They feel that they don't have enough knowledge, not only theoretically, but also on how to teach. And they don't know how to deal with this inequality. What should they do? And that is when the educational system should provide these teachers with education to tackle the gap that they have found. So, Mariana, I would say that a practical tip is using this methodology, because we need to self-assess how the schools work, how the educational system works, and use this information to design interventions. And look, I do believe that schools are able to self-develop. They are live institutions. We can know ourselves better as schools, and we can create our own progress. But schools also need to be respected in order to do that. And we have a set of public policies that runs these schools over. So instead of listening to schools when designing policies, we have top-down policies. We just run them over. So this is another thing we could be doing. We could be listening to these schools. We could understand their pain points and what they go through when they have to face racial inequality. And to listen to them, we need empathy, we need to be careful, and we need democracy in education. And this is no easy feat, but it's very important. This is an excellent point, Professor Santos. And Sonia often talks about that. If you've had an opportunity to read her work, she always talks about looking at public policies and changes. And changes start in schools, and schools need to play a central role. So this is very important. I do have another question, and you have answered it in a way, but let me ask it again. This one is related to the effects of racism in the pandemic. Do you think racism has gone up during the pandemic? Do you think it has increased the gap between the Black population and the white population? And how could we deal with this situation?
Acho que nesse caso, como você falou do PL, que talvez a Sônia não alcance, né, que é uma reflexão nossa aqui, eu vou começar, tá bom, Sônia?
Let me get started because I think we're going to mention something very specific to Brazil. So I'll be starting, Sonia. According to the data we've seen so far, yes, the impact that the population has felt from the pandemic in Brazil has a social background. So people from different social classes have felt different levels of impact. The wealthier part of the population have a certain kind of life, but lower income groups have another type of life. And of course, this has an impact on the human right to education. But racially speaking, yes, the pandemic has been impacting the Black population and the white population in Brazil in very different ways. This has an impact on who has lost their jobs because of the pandemic, on who has access to healthcare, because in May of 2020, when we were going through a critical moment of the pandemic in Brazil, we saw that the likelihood of a Black person dying after having COVID-19 was 6 times higher than that of a white person. So the pandemic is reinforcing and reproducing social inequality in Brazil. Now, when it comes to education, we've just started some research. And this is what we have been assessing. Right now, we have a lot of people dropping out of school because of the pandemic. In 2020, in certain states in Brazil, over 20% of students didn't interact with their teachers once during the pandemic. Not even once. This is serious. It's 1/5 of children not being in touch with school after we went into lockdown in March of 2020. But here's my question. Racial breakdown for this 1/5 of students who dropped out of school because of the pandemic? How are they split, racially speaking? The first data that we got to have access to, because we don't have racial data in every state, at least in 6 states where we did obtain data, out of these 20% dropping out of school, for each white child, we have 6 Black children dropping out. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be taking care of every child. Of course we should. But we can clearly see inequality between Black children and white children. And if that's the case, we need specific policies for that. We need to reach these Black children. Of course, we should have an overarching program to retrieve these students and bring them back to school. But we also need a specific design for the Black population, which is underrepresented.
So the reasons that will make a child drop out is not just teaching restrictions that are health-related issues, social vulnerability, the location where you live. So my second thought is the following. In order to face the harmful effects of the pandemic, has to be intersectoral. It can't be restricted to education. It must involve education, healthcare, and other points. That takes me to the connectivity bill. The technological lag of Brazilian school doesn't come from the beginning of the pandemic. We are running 2 decades behind because of the lack of public policies over the last 40 years. It's not the pandemic that led us to this current situation. What the pandemic allowed us to see is how much education is impaired due to the lack of technology, especially in a moment like this. In order to approve the connectivity bill, to ensure that all schools have quality internet connection, what we approved and that the president vetoed, that represented an important evolution in a tough scenario. So we must fight. Even with the presidential veto, we must think about how do we turn that into a public policy, because the legal framework is the first step. Now we need a design of public policies that would foster that as an equity vector. What are the schools that must be served first? What are the schools that need the most? And where should we allocate our resources first? And there is a study being concluded on that. We tend not to distribute education money thinking of equity. We distribute money ignoring inequalities. And sometimes reinforcing them. Sometimes money only gets to the schools that are most resourceful already. So the connectivity project must be based on equity. How do we prioritize schools whenever investing? I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
Should I jump in?
Se você quiser fazer suas considerações.
Yes, please, Professor Sonia.
It's very similar in terms of what's happening here in the U.S. I think it has revealed, what was lying under the surface, and it's just, kind of blown it up for all to see, which has been devastating in terms of the loss, the trauma that children and families have been experiencing with not only the impact of the virus. Well, there's two viruses, right? I mean, there's this deadly virus of COVID-19, and then the racial violence that has been ratcheted up to a point that was very much fueled by our former administration and continues to do so. He's gone, but his ideology is still very much present, and we see it bubbling up at the local and state level. So it's been a very difficult time. I think it has worsened, again, because leadership matters. And I think the rhetoric and the language that has fueled conflict and violence has certainly made it worse. My hope is that for those whose eyes have been opened, for some for whom this has been a racial awakening, that it will embolden us to mobilize, to join forces, to organize our associations, whether they be, education and teacher associations, whether it be with grassroots advocacy groups who really want to use our resources and put our hearts and hands together to make change. So I do think it's a very difficult time. It's a painful time. It's a sad time in the United States when we look at all of the hate and loss over what? Over what? Again, a set of beliefs that just believe that certain individuals aren't worthy of the same rights as others. And so I think that we can only change that thinking through what we do in education, and that we have an important role to play, and that this is the moment where, as we begin to think about, physical building reopenings and recovery, what are some of the things that we want to make sure are in place to know that schools are safe places for Black children. In the U.S., we found, and we're actually the Black Education Research Collective, which is a center that I established at Teachers College, is conducting a study where we're just talking to Black students, families, and community members to ask, how are you doing? How is the pandemic affecting you? And what would you like to see happen as a result of what we have learned through this time? And so for some families, it's been a time of being able to pause, being able to actually spend time with one another to reflect on what they want to do. And I think one of the questions that has puzzled the media and a lot of the mainstream has been why Black families don't want to send their children back to school in many cases. And I think it's because of the racism, the lack of safety, and knowing that there's a lack of consideration around the health and well-being of their children.
Obrigada, professora Sônia.
Thank you so much, Professor Sonia. Thank you, Alexandro. We're heading towards the end of this presentation. I'd like to give you 1 minute for your final thoughts. Just last message for everyone listening to us. Well, you gave us so many tips and suggestions, but your last thoughts for everyone listening to us. Alexandro, perhaps you could start. I would like to say, just to conclude, that this discussion we're promoting here today has to do with every child, every teenager, every young person. When I began my career as a professor in the year 2000 at the school where I worked, we had a very striking case of a Black child who drank a bleach to become white. She was 6 or 7. She wanted to become white. The level of suffering that 6-year-old child that led her to drink bleach to become white explains the weight of structural racism in our schools. So don't take this conversation lightly. We're not just whining, we're not playing victims. This is a request for justice. A request for justice again, so that we don't need to lose generation after generation of children because of the weight of structural racism. If we fight structural racism, this society will be better for Blacks and whites alike. Facing structural racism will not benefit just the Black population. Facing structural racism and educational inequality will be good for the whole of our society, because the effects of racial inequality don't affect only the Black ones. So I do count on you on this fight. I know that educators are sensitive to that, but we need to study, we need to be committed, we must design public policies in order to face the dragon of inequality. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Professor Sonia for sharing her thoughts. I've already bought your 2 books. Well, you've published 5. I've bought 2 already. Let's keep in touch, Professor. Thank you.
I would love to do that. Thank you. And thank you for your support, Professor Santos. I would just conclude by, I'm really advocating an emancipatory vision of education. And so I feel like in education, we've been so constrained by policies and narrow focus on testing and achievement. And I'm advocating for a vision that affirms and recognizes that education is a civil and human right, that education is a socializing force, it's a valued profession, that it's a collective good and responsibility for everyone, and that it is the practice of freedom. And so it's not just about what happens in a school building, but it's what happens in our hearts and minds, and that together we can ensure that all of us are free.
Muito obrigada, professora Sonia.
Thank you so much, Professor Sonia, Professor Alexandro. This debate was incredible. I felt so honored listening to you. I just wanted to conclude saying that this is just a kickoff for us to discuss this topic at length. Thank you so much for your contributions. And I'm hopeful. I think we've discussed what can be done. So it's really up to us to promote transformation, to be closer to the schools, and to promote changes. We don't want to perpetuate the current scenario. Thank you so much. Have a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.
agricultural, defensive, be them chemical or biological. 45% still use traditional methods of farming, and only 12% of them are involved in perennial cultures. Only 10% of every Brazilian agricultural property have some kind of irrigation. So more than a problem, it shows that we have a challenge and as well as an opportunity to Brazil. It shows the opportunity of growth in productivity per hectare, and this increase in the past 30 years was already substantial, never seen before in any other country. If we widen the area, by 70%, we widen the production and more than 350%, and it is precisely in this agricultural business that has not reached the state of art of modernity that we have a field to build almost another Brazil in terms of increase of production by applying best practices. And this is a huge challenge. It will require associativism, cooperativism, and a large amount of investment. So we should comment on this by means of the three most famous letters, which are ESG. So what are those challenges for Brazilian agricultural business in general? And I'd like to start with G for governance, because it inspires the biggest Brazilian challenges for the social and environmental progress considered for the following years. Brazil is yet the country that did not conclude its process of land regularization. I'm talking about public and private regularization. So it is an unfinished process in the past 520 years of history in the Amazon. Today, we have an area bigger than Germany, and nobody knows what it is good for. And was not good for agricultural production, neither for sustainable production, neither for forest reserves. In spite of Brazil having lived every economic cycle through the use of land, we did not develop well the use of land in Brazil, which means today that we make environmental protection in places where we could be planting, and we could farm in places where we should have environmental protection. So we have a tremendous challenge of organizing competition in our country. A few years ago, the government of the time chose to create the national champions, and through a mistake, either of process or of governance, we created oligopolies within the sector, the rural sector, by means of another restriction, and this is a legal restriction that not many people comment on. We are also creating national champions by means of the hindering of foreign investment in Brazil. When we do this, we limit the consolidation of Brazilian agriculture to the big agricultural groups in Brazil, without use of subsidized money by means of a legal restriction. We create national champions also with the possibility of creating oligopolies within regarding a few of our products. So from the viewpoint of governance, we need to challenge this competition situation, the land regulation, as well as the forest code. Every 10 producers mention the forest code as a defense. 10 among 10 negotiators mentioned the forest code, but this is a process still in progress, still being implemented, and there is a long way to go until we reach the full implementation of this important piece of legislation, perhaps the most important agro-environmental piece of legislation in Brazil. And I insist on this because here is where we have the largest opportunities for the future of Brazil. And here we see the E and S, which is environmental and social. Well, 49% of the rural properties in Brazil, the farmers, the owners are above 55 years of age. Only 9% of them, the owners, are under 34 years of age. So we have here a population which is aging. 15% of the workforce in the rural area is female, 85% is male, and there's much to evolve here as well. So from the social point of view, there is much transformation to take place in the countryside. From the viewpoint of the environment, no one can profit more than Brazil if we manage to challenge whatever is most harmful to the image of the country, which is the illegal deforestation. And here it is important to remark, when we talk about illegal deforestation, people tend to think that this is a problem affecting Brazilian agriculture. Actually, this is a problem affecting Brazil because it harms the image of Brazil as a brand. When we import a product from any country, we don't want to know from what state that product came from. So the product is American, Japanese, whatever, regardless of what piece of land was used there. So when we do something that has an effect over this common asset, which is the Amazon, we are harming precisely, which is what is most important, which is the Brazil brand. And when it affects the Brazil as a brand, it affects every single Brazilian product. But we won't change this year precisely. We're talking here about the future, and the future, we're talking about the long term. And I'd like to remember, sorry, if your child was born this year, and in 2100, he'll be alive. So whatever you do today is for your child in 2100. So it is not something abstract when we think about the future generation. Actually, you're building to a future generation, which you already know. Brazil has everything to make things right. In the United Nations Conference on the Environment this year, if we manage to have a good agreement, we can be an agricultural environmental asset, power, and which means to be able to use correctly our assets. And this does not mean to request billions of dollars to refrain deforestation, but it is to use our environmental asset in foreign relations, use our environmental asset in whatever Brazil needs to build the real Brazil that the future generations need. Fight illegal deforestation. The fight against illegal deforestation is a legal obligation of ours. It is within the Brazilian legal framework, and it has to be done. So to summarize, we have here a big sector that can be a leverage to Brazil, and it shall only remain if other sectors grow along. But the biggest advantage of Brazil is that we're already big in our agriculture, and we are in condition of being even bigger. I can't foresee the size, but we can be bigger than we are today. Thank you. Thank you, Marcelo. So now I will pass the floor for Décio Gazzoni from Embrapa. Décio, when Marcelo was mentioning the revolution that took place in Brazilian agriculture, Embrapa played a central role in it. It's still playing. So thinking about not only what Marcelo mentioned, but also the challenges that Embrapa sees regarding the future, especially when we consider the climate change and a few of the advantages that Brazil has, for example, in terms of the rain, the amount of rain, and what are the challenges for agriculture for Brazil to remain this power that Marcelo summarized. He mentioned 16% of properties which carry on their back the modern agriculture, from what I understood from his speech. So that's you. The floor is yours. You have from 5 to 7 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good evening to you all, panel members. I salute those who are following us, and thank you very much for the provocation, and I think Marcelo's speech was excellent, and he made an excellent analysis considering several facets of the agricultural business, and I will try to focus on this provocation of yours, precisely referring to the last part of Marcelo's speech. I think the variable that makes the bridge between the past and the future is precisely sustainability. And that is when I joined technological development, the challenge of having it associated to sustainability. And we have a motto in Embrapa, which went on being built throughout time. And because of is that it is not enough to produce, we need to produce in a sustainable manner. You can produce in any way whatsoever, but ever more, the world is sending us clear signs that if we do not make use of sustainability, then we will face problems and come across barriers of every kind. So that is essential. And then we have those matters that were raised by Marcelo, that in terms that in the axis of technological development, you need to bring together several players, a government and private initiative, and the private initiative with its different segments when we talk about the production chains. And Beto, you mentioned those people who are left aside when considering the modern technologies. And then we have the first challenge. It is not enough to generate technology. It has to become innovation. It needs to reach the countryside, the productive processes, and it needs to be employed correctly. So we have a challenge that is not well equation, which is precisely a gear from the technology to coming from for the productive system. And this will lead this technology, but we need also to think about public policies, and we've had a few of them that have helped very much. And I'd like to remark, for example, the ABC program, which is a reason to be proud because of part of its genesis. When I worked with Minister Mangabeira Ungur in the Secretariat of Strategic Matters, it is a synthesis. When we say that it's not enough to produce, but we have to produce in a sustainable manner, this public policy is in that sense the same way that the Forest Code that was remarked, Marcelo, and all the policies like collecting along with new policies like the bio input program created by program are heading towards the same direction. So I say then we project the future. Well, this pandemic is, as far as I see, having the capability to anticipate agendas. So the world already had an agenda in terms of adding sustainability to the production processes, which was being demonstrated since the beginning of the century. And the pandemic kind of brought this, anticipated this agenda. And those are requirements from society, from the organizations of civil society, from consumers, and this will be translated into legislation, and national, international. providing safety for food, and this will lead to other forms of sustainability, environmental sustainability, the sustainability in the way we use natural resources, the measures that need to be taken in order to avoid global changes. And we must remark that from the viewpoint of Brazil, we really have stopped bleeding, which is that of deforestation, which is
that we have to find a solution because the situation is very similar to what Cesar said. We don't have to be honest. We have to seem honest. The image that we project in the markets, it must reflect exactly what we are internally, and we have to solve this image because to advance on new areas and on native areas of any bioma, it has decreased in intensity in many years, and we see the last years there has been a reduction. This has to do with gains in productivity. This makes us, because now we have a program of neutral carbon, that is exactly the response that Brazil is giving to the world, and as how can you adapt and generate technology in agriculture and production systems that will mitigate or even eliminate causes of climate changes, globally speaking. And in Embrapa, using this example, we're taking to many other products, soya, zero carbon, fruits and grains. Rice crop also had a great increase in the crop that was a paradigm of aggression to the environment. Nowadays, it's a complete change for a better use of the sources of biodiversity and water, protecting our crops. So we are advancing. Just one more minute. We're projecting this image. So ending my speech, this issue of sustainability is a variable that overcomes, it's cross-cutting all the technological development of Embrapa, and the sentence that I said, it's not sufficient to produce. We must be sustainable. This summarizes everything, and with this we want to say that we try to show all the sustainability aspects, mitigation, decrease of factors that have to do with increase of global changes and any other things, food safety and natural resources. Thank you, Beto. Thank you, Beto. Michel, thinking about Marcelo's speech and also who mentioned many important issues, I would want to hear from your side, the corporate sector, where are ESG, which are the challenges of agribusiness in Brazil in this world of modern agribusiness, Marcelo has explained so well, and a transforming world where the climate issue and consumers and distributors are demanding more and more the commitment of countries as Brazil in what has been mentioned as a problem that has to do with the agro business, that is deforestation. Although we don't have anything to do with the deforestation, but we seem to be responsible because other sectors that are quite delayed are responsible for this. How is this agro issue for you in the corporate world in more sensitive issues that you are talking about? Thank you, Beth, for your question. Thank you and good afternoon. Yes, I thank you for the opportunity of this panel and to see other friends that I haven't seen for a long time in this so different world that we're working in. This is a good question. I work in agribusiness already for more than 30 years, and I've been working with agro-business companies, and I'm dedicated for sustainability since 2006, working a lot with people abroad. And effectively after 2015, when we came from the United States, moreover, because I think that in this discussion we can bring a differential, because we're Brazilian, my children also are Brazilian, and now we are in a situation that is quite different, showing what has happened in the past and what is happening now in Brazil. In Bunge, our company, we have a very clear idea of sustainability. We have how we have to face climate changes, the resilience of the company to control our emissions, and what happens in our value chain, and also sustainable sourcing. That is everything to do with the origin of our commodities. We're not agricultural, we're not farmers. We only participate. We buy from rural farmers. And as we understand sustainable agriculture, it's important in what is our accountability. So it's account rendering, which is our responsibility in the communication, how to talk about our governance and sustainability. Everything has to do with the world which I am connected is soya. Soya is the greatest commodity Bunge, and Bunge is the greatest company in the world. And we're connecting markets that are demanding a lot, and connecting always sustainability, telling the truth of what is happening, mainly in Brazil. As you know, Brazil is today the greatest producer of soybean, and we have about 39 million hectares of soybeans being produced in Brazil, and a great amount of what is being produced globally. We are responsible in front of Argentina and the United States. Our economists here in the panel can give us some more numbers about this. If this situation, if everything that is produced here in Brazil is not only consumed here in Brazil, but it's also consumed abroad, we have to remember that some experts are talking about exports for 65 countries, $25 million in Brazil for the soybean chain is very relevant. This, as has been mentioned, the reputation of our country is being reached in the management of ISD. As a corporate company, we have every week discussion with shareholders, with great global customers on what or what is not happening in Brazil. We have a platform of monitoring, and I thank even the former ministry, Isabel Teixeira, for the advances that happened. A lot has to be done, but we had already an advance to have in Brazil the rural environmental registry. Traceability is a key word now to talk about agriculture in Brazil. Understand what is happening. It's a fact. We have deforestation, many times illegal. So it's our responsibility as companies show that we are not connected with the deforestation, illegally speaking. We have a very strong governance regarding this. We're not connected to this. And because regarding deforestation, the legal one, which are the policies and which are the conditions? We believe, apart from what we already have done, we have 9 reports to talk about deforestation in Brazil connected or not to our value chain, mainly in the soybean market. And we, beside what we published already, it's my daily routine to show that deforestation does not happen in great scale in the soybean chain. Our monitoring is possible due to the traceability that we have here in Brazil nowadays. Brazil is very at the front of many countries. It has been talked about legal reserve, about 20 to 80%. We have to remember that legal reserve is added also to a permanent preservation area. And Brazil is the only country that when we export or when we produce internally, we also have rural properties as a great property of maintenance of services for the environment. As an agronomist, my dream is to see the Brazilian product to be valued abroad because of the environmental services that we are doing. We're talking about water, carbon capture, maintenance of biodiversity corridors. This is not a reality in any other country. in a great scale for the production, not only of soybean, of any other agricultural product. I won't talk about the model that other countries have. This is a historical issue. Brazil has the power to become different. If other countries want to do something similar to what we're doing here in Brazil, they will have to replant their areas. This will not be something so feasible of happening. But Brazil may be different. We have certification, the markets for this, not all. But we have the flows of logistics implemented. The corridors that take the grains to the north have 2 carbon emissions in their value chain, mainly for the exports to Europe, and all this is being monitored. However, the deforestation is not controlled, and we have a doubt that no one knows what is legal or illegal. This is extremely damaging for Brazil and Brazilian products. As I mentioned, I want to see the day when the Brazilian products will have an overvaluation because they are connected to the preservation of the environment, which is a fact today. Our reality in the fields and in the forest show this. However, what we have nowadays in the image of Brazil mainly have reputation with the main customers in the market and even the consumers in the world is that what comes from Brazil is connected to deforestation. They think that this is the reality of soybean. That is not the reality of soybean, and it's not a reality of the modern agribusiness, and we have to end with this situation. We have deforestation. It's not applied to agribusiness that we're talking about. The grains that are produced conventionally, they're going to a global flow. So I don't want to talk about customers that I pay more if it's not a product from Brazil. This is something that I consider unacceptable. Value chains, not wanting to have more connection with Brazil. We're not interested where they come from, if it's from the north or the south, if they have or not deforestation. I don't want to have these problems. This is not sustainable. Even if we did have a connection for sustainability, and accountability says that we have to face this and solve the problem, and we are facing it and we're solving the problem in this, wherever they happen. The world as a whole, in a way, is polluted by a wrong image of the country. And in a way, we show as Brazilians and as agricultural sector. It's a daily routine to convince people. We have very good data. We have very good information to prove that what comes from Brazil is sustainable in its great scale of value change in the agriculture where we're connected. Thank you, Michel. Marcos, Marcelo, and also Michel now brought some ideas that I would like to ask 2 questions to you, and feel free for your comments. First, here, please, the grain is a modern agribusiness. Michel talked about soybean chain, and other chains are also considered modern and are part of this Brazil agro-environmental. But we have the other side. We have deforestation, of course, and unfortunately in March, the data shows that it continues increasing, which is the challenge of agribusiness. Brazilian agribusiness, modern business, that we have a low carbon footprint. How do you see these challenges in this decade? And if this explanation we gave about this comparison is appropriate, if you have more issues that you would like to comment in this dichotomy that I'm provoking here, I pass the floor to you. Great, Beth. Thank you very much for your invitation. Good evening to all. It's a great pleasure to be here with these great guys from this panel and Harvard. And I would like to start taking advantage of what Marcelo mentioned. Marcelo talked about a governance problem. That is a problem of organization. The greatest problem in Brazil is organization and agro sector and the government, the dialogue with the environmentalists. Everything has failed here in Brazil. In fact, we have a very modern agribusiness, legal one, that operates trying to keep the forest code. It's agro's 21st century with 2 crops per year, intervention of crop and cattle, and low carbon footprints, and the forest code. This is an example of great revolution of the agriculture, and we are a leader in this. We have old-fashioned agribusiness, an illegal one that exists because the occupation has been a chaos by people that invaded the lands. Unfortunately, differently from the United States and Europe, we had an occupation where 30, 40 years ago, people were invited to occupy a gap called Amazonia, and now it's a place to be conserved and not to be occupied. So it's a change of concept. We have a footprint of chaos, where the greatest problem is that we don't have any kind of land regulation. So 96% of our deforestation is illegal nowadays, and 65% happens in public soil and natural reserves, parks, and other 50 million hectares of soils. The greatest problem that we have in the region of the Amazon is a public problem of lack of law, and that's where we have an agribusiness that is a minority that is truly connected to deforestation, has to be struggled against. That's why we have to have the land regulation more than almost centuries, and we have to implement the forest code that was very modern when it was done in 2012. Isabella participated, but 10 years afterwards, almost 10 years after, it hasn't been implemented yet. Only 3% was validated. We have more than 7 million oil cars for 5 million of properties. So we have a lot of people living in public lands. So this part of the public sector is a great challenge, and today shows us as very hostile to the world. But we have a third problem. Besides the legal and the illegal that happens in agriculture, we have also the subsistence. And I would like to correct with what Marcelo said. Of the 5 million of homes or houses that we have, 46% are in the Northeast, and they are responsible for 20% of the area and 10% of the production. So we have an old-fashioned agriculture there that doesn't have any future in the agribusiness, and unfortunately, a great part of it will disappear. And this is not different in other countries. 80% of the 570 million of rural houses in the world have less than 2 hectares, and they're disappearing in other countries of the world. In China used to have 80% of population in the agriculture in the 70s. Now they have 40% of inhabitants. So they lost about 200 million people, went to the cities. And now we have a social issue here in Brazil connected to poverty of the semi-arid and the irregularity of the lands in Northeast and the North Zone. If we add Northeast and North, we have 60% of the population in agriculture with 16% of the production. That's where we have the great problem. And the land regulation together with some areas with great poverty. And then I think the solution is not exactly agricultural. Many of these people is through programs, social programs, educational programs, and so on, that must be held. But going back to the environmental issue, I see that in fact we have a great power to continue growing in production without having to deforestate. We have today 1 million of hectares per year for deforestation. According to what I said, 96% illegal, and we have 75 million of hectares of agriculture, and we have 170 million of pasture. And the great growth of agriculture, differently from other countries that don't have more areas, great growth is in increase the pastures. We have twice more agriculture area in pastures, and we are able to have integration of crop and cattle, where we have an addition for grains and soybean and other products. So I see that our growth will be increasing pastures we will do through what Michelle mentioned, monitoring and the traceability, accreditation, recovery of the pastures and sustainable territories, criteria of ESG, that is a repaging of the concept of sustainability, and now has a metrics and has benchmarking. So when you have metrics, we are sure we will advance enormously regarding what the private sector, carbon market, payment for environmental services, all this can happen, but it all depends on the public sector to do their part. So I would say our problem is not a problem of other countries that are giving us pressure, the President of France and the United States, but essentially of an illegality that we still have in agriculture that has to be solved with the application of Brazilian law and implementation of the Forest Code. And if we don't do this, we will create an agriculture with two speeds. One that develops and becomes, Bunge will, for example, monitor all their suppliers, and JBS also, but what happens with all the rest, right? So all the rest depend on the public policies that will work and depends on these issues that are historical depths in the Forest Code and the land regulation. So I think this is a main issue. We have to do our homework now on, and with this, eliminate this problem with 1 million hectares of deforestation per year that can be reduced. Of course, we have a part that is legal, that we've done by the law and the Forest Code, but most of it is illegal and has to be prohibited. And I think that the private sector is doing this. The more modern agro has conscious of this, but unfortunately, we are delayed in agribusiness, and we are very connected to illegal origins, and we have a social problem that is very serious, that is the Brazilian Northeast, where we have a great amount of poverty there. So I think that's it. Okay.
Thank you. It was great. Well, I'd like to pass the floor to Isabella now. First of all, we see this extraordinary story that starts with the revolution of tropical agriculture from the 1970s on, the role of Embrapa, the role of the rural entrepreneurs. And then Minister Isabella mentioned something important. Brazil also managed, as our agriculture went on modernizing itself, we managed to reduce deforestation by 80%. And Brazil was an example of Brazil producing with modern agriculture and reducing deforestation. And it seems like we're throwing this all away, because in this moment, Brazil, the modern agro that carries on its back much of the Brazilian economy, is being penalized by these old-fashioned sectors who are doing this deforestation, and everybody pays the bill. So it is shocking that Brazil is going through this crisis, and it does not seem to be, and it seems like a crisis that will leave consequences. So Isabella, the floor is yours. So thank you, Beto. Good evening to you all, or good afternoon, good morning. And first of all, I thank for the invitation this youth made me, and they want to change Brazil, which is good. And also, it is a pleasure to be here with friends I hadn't seen for a while. And I was here listening to everyone, and your provocation as well. And I see things because we're having a competition with the past, denying the conquest of the past, which is crazy as well, because, as you said, Brazil managed to reduce deforestation. And this began in 1988. the biggest, the first big program against deforestation is from 1988. So it was an answer when Brazil decided to open its doors to discuss the crisis of the Amazon. And then we had the 1992 UN conference here. So now we are involved with denialism, I would say. And Brazil in the 1980s was a new democracy, and democracy helps diplomacy, let me tell you. So the Brazilian society was organizing itself, and there was and the agricultural business was being transformed, and the world wanted to understand what new Brazil was this. And Brazil now has to deny this story. So how can you talk about the future if you want to deny your past? So then, but in general, it was a successful story, both in terms of changing a country that would import food, but which had challenges, like the poverty in the Northeast, which we haven't overcome yet, and we need to address this. On the other hand, Brazil became a reference in the world in terms of environmental policies, and that was a diplomatic choice in Brazil. It is true. It is when Brazil decided to align itself with the world in terms of soft power, and sustainability was a Brazilian asset, even in terms of sovereignty. Sovereignty in 1972 discussed in the Stockholm Conference that all this environmental agency that was a demand from industrialized countries should have been discussed in a multilateral term in terms of development, with a pillar of development. So at the time, and Brazil insisted on that, and Brazil said that the exploration of natural resources should be something of a national domain related to sovereignty. When you do that, you're telling the world, and the world agreed at the time. In 1992, this was stated again. In 2012, it was stated again in Paris. This is made clear. So when you do that, what are you telling the world? I'm responsible for what I have to take care. And the current speech of the country is of non-responsibility, given that it is not taking care of an environmental asset that belongs to the Brazilian people. So when you talk about agriculture, about the success of Brazilian agriculture, the question I ask is, what are the deliveries that Brazilian agriculture is committed to, not only from the point of view of producing food, which is good, but this concept of physical food, as was said, is a concept that has been changing throughout time, because food means to change inequality, produce sustainably, to become more inclusive, and manage natural assets, resources. And what is it that the consumer markets are recommending at a first moment to solve hunger, the demand for food? But then, so those markets are changing. The consumer markets are changing because we have other generations coming and to consume and to produce. So that is why things like traceability, reliability, goals, as the way you monetize this, payment for environmental services, things that are discussed today, those things will be daily matters. So when people choose what they will buy or not, so where is my food coming from? If I will produce in a vegetable garden near my house, whatever that happens. So the innovation revolution has to do with all this, with this transformation of the world, which is already taking place. It is not something in the future. The future is now present There's no such thing as new normal. There are new futures. Things are gaining speed. So when we talk about Brazil, Brazil has to look to the future, and look to the future. We need to remark to three things. The Forest Code. The Forest Code is a piece of legislation that we always had. It started in the 1930s and crosses all the 20th century without being implemented. Then in the 21st century, we come to a convergence of interests, but many people wouldn't like it. That is a political dispute. You have an instrument which is called CAR, which is a challenge in such a big country, and then you try to avoid, there's land regulation, and then those things were removed. So in order to create a problem. So when we talk about the Forest Code, that it is not enough to implement the code. At a first moment, we need to regularize the liability. So, but we need to regularize, but I need to face the future. What does the implementation of the code provide for low carbon, sustainable, inclusive agriculture? That is the line of the Forest Code. We need to stop saying that only Brazil has. If everybody implements this, everybody in the world will do some more or less the same thing. The cake recipe, it can be a banana cake, a corn cake, but it will be a cake. So what is it that we will provide besides food, or quality food and food technology? What would be the differential? Would it be this Forest Code, this piece of legislation? Would it be a Forest Code that allows you to understand the territories shared with nature in favor of social inclusion? Would it be to understand several countries, several Brazils growing according to principles of contemporary life? So what will make the Forest Code make of Brazil a contemporary country? So what are the new practices? What does it provide to Brazil? And how can it influence the world? For example, the permanent areas of preservation along the riverbanks in terms of water safety. Should this be an international mandate? So what is the ambition of Brazil in spite of fighting? It's not a matter of fight. We need to convince others that this is a way to go, which is good for Brazil and for the planet as well. So that is something that we are not addressing. We are addressing the Forest Code as something that we only have in Brazil, which can be the way. So, and the second aspect has to do with the fact that the Amazon, I won't leave aside the Amazon. So I will I'd like to say that the Amazon is a geopolitical theme nowadays. So people must understand the environmental matters are the new themes that are part of the new geopolitics, and the Amazon through this will of the Biden administration wanting to help elevates this. I would say this, the international view of the Amazon is one, and sometimes innocent, and ignoring the local reality, but affirmative regarding everything that agrees, because illegal deforestation has to be fought. It is not, again, and the second thing is that Brazil sees the Amazon in a different way, and many times Brazilians, even though they value the Amazon, they ignore it deeply. So it is extremely important that the solutions should be thought about, that they should not only be in the sense of stopping deforestation. What is the role of bioeconomy? So it is a question. Why should I buy nuts instead of, why should I buy Brazil nut instead of cashew nut for nut? So how do you build these processes and you mobilize people politically? And that has to be included in the inclusion, because it won't help to have this Brazil brand if you're not capable to defend Brazil. And to defend the Amazon is to defend Brazil, and defend. So everybody must say, let's stop deforestation. And this is a crime, and the Amazon is an asset of Brazil, or otherwise it won't help. It won't help to Marcelo Brito, to when we have cavemen handling the forest. So we need to agree with us society. So Décio, the wife of Caesar in Brazil, besides needing to be virtuous, she needs to be lucky. And Brazil is not being lucky in that sense. We need to create the political conditions for there to be luck. So the Amazon is central, like the Cerrado, like every Brazilian biome. And if it wants to be sustainable or be credible, if it wants to keep on modeling a country that has this obligation of aligning with what is contemporary. So I'd like to remark one last thing, which is what in reality will place us in the future. So what would be a precondition, so to say? Brazil is a creative country full of opportunity with impressive diversity, not only environmental diversity, cultural diversity. It is something fantastic. And Brazil is an exceptional country, but we will only reach the future if we manage to create an identity of this future. And this identity means to have a trace of civilization, a new civilizational trace, recovery of this civilizational trace, which aligns us to what is contemporary. The whole world is looking for this. And anyway, everyone is trying to realign itself. So I have to leave here as a takeaway message, and to provoke, as I will give back the floor to So we cannot discuss the future only basing ourselves on the past, and we cannot consider the deforestation an asset that is actually a liability, which leads to a vacuum of power, a void of power. And when it comes to public land, it belongs to the Brazilian society. So in public environmental management, we need to change style of management. And there is the side of management of the state, government management. So the coordination of the system is federal, but the implementation is at the state level. And then you open all those gaps, those asymmetries, and then you need to have a new pact around examples, concrete examples. If you take the example of soy, what does it mean to have soybean without deforestation? So that has to be something concrete for Brazilians to be part of, for this to be part of a pact with the Brazilian society. So what sustainable Brazil are we talking about? So with this chit-chat about future, saying, give me some money, no, not even the 17th century, this was done. I'm sorry to say that I think that we are more than we appear to be. So let us build a new country, and agriculture can be a path to that. with leadership and democracy. Thank you. Thank you, Isabella. I'll make a brief summary. Isabella covered things I was going to address, so I will avoid redundancy. And then we'll move on to the last part. And with the take-home message, we mentioned agriculture, agribusiness. This was quite covered by the speeches of Marcelo, Michel, and also Marcos on modern agriculture. So the political stalemate we're in, and we are clearly in a dramatic moment of national life, I think, and we have an impact over health, agriculture. We are creating a situation of reputational damage, harming the reputation of Brazilian agriculture. And Brazilian agriculture is being related to deforestation, whereas modern agriculture does not require deforestation. Deforestation is unnecessary. And I'll give you 3 figures which illustrate this. We have already cut in the Amazon an area which is the size of 2 California states in the past 20 years. In this area, only 10%, which is basically what is occupied by soybean, I'm talking about legal Amazon, has an average of productivity which is agreeable. 60%, which is cattle raising, livestock, has a productivity average way below the Brazilian average in general. And 30% in an area, an expressive area, are areas which have been abandoned. There was deforestation and then they were abandoned. Unnecessary deforestation. So if there will always be an area that you can cut because there's a logistic interest, but basically Brazil is in a favorable condition in the sense that this deforestation is not, doesn't make any sense. And the forest there has a value, be it in the sense of Brazil being able to say that it is a country that produces with low carbon, but this will depend on what Brazil will do with the Amazon. So the technological modernization of agriculture can reduce emissions, but the Brazilian emissions are mainly related to deforestation, and Brazil increased the emissions of CO2 when the country was paralyzed due to COVID. So Brazil has 2 curves, the economic growth curve, when the GDP falls, deforestation increases. So there's no justification of economic justification. So this is fights against the economic interests of Brazil. And in the second presidential debate of the American elections, the only reference to Latin America that was made by the candidate Joe Biden was about the Amazon. So Amazon is in the heart. So in this moment, we are removing Brazil from a scenario of deforestation in the Amazon, which has no economic importance to Brazil. It only favors the organized crime, is making this sabotage and condemning Brazil. And so I would say that it is good to be in this panel with you, which are friends, people I have already met in other events. And perhaps my question would be, a question for each one of you, what is the political challenge, I would say? What is the challenge for you? You represent, you're here on behalf of the Brazilian Agricultural Association in terms of convincing the Brazilian government. And regarding agriculture and climate, for Brazil to become an agricultural power, Brazil has to become an environmental power. We have this, and there are, but agriculture was a product of ours, of our capacity, of Embrapa, of the entrepreneurs. So in the 21st century, we are an agro-environmental power, and that is how we would introduce ourselves, and we deserved it. At this moment, we are an agricultural power, but we are losing the authority of being an environmental authority due to the results of this increase in deforestation. How can we leave this stalemate? What is the role of the sector you lead in order to influence other sectors?
Okay, the building is the building of society. We reach a moment that the problem is so great that the society has to be present and speak out. And we're seeing this, the amount of letters and manifests that we've seen in the last 2 weeks in Brazil show that finally the society has awoken and is demanding a different path. The situation of the national government now negotiating an agreement with the American government to see if they have a good response is awakening for the situation. The mission is over. It's enough. We need a society that does the transformations. Governments work two ways. Why? One with people in the streets. And it's not the style of Brazilian people. And the second is by economical pressure. All the great political changes that happened in the history of Brazil happened because of pressure in the economy. So I think time has elapsed for this. I think Brazilian entrepreneurs have to leave their mission and say truly that it's time to really change agro-environmental policy in Brazil, and because it's key for our development. Thank you. Décio, please. You're mute. You're mute. Okay, so this is one of the great challenges that we have, and it's not easy to solve because we have a situation that has already been mentioned of the denial of past action. It's a total change of a policy that is from the past. I think that we must truly reconnect ourselves with a line that I was very proud to talk about in events like this one, not only in universities, but in other worldwide forums, and I'm sure that many of my colleagues know about this, showing how we were reducing the rate of deforestation in the Amazon, in the northern part, and other biomes of Brazil since the beginning of the 20th century. And passing through Minister Marina Silva, Isabella Teixeira, that really helped us in this process. We had a reversal during the last 2 years, which shows very clearly that the challenge is intrinsically political. It's a political decision that has to be faced. And I come back to the issue that I mentioned at the beginning. Great part of the deforestation is environmental crime, and as such, it should be considered with the strictness of the law. It has been shown it doesn't have to do with the agro-business. It has to do with some heritage that we have from the past, that in some way we were finding a solution in the past. However, today, Brazilian agribusiness doesn't need this. We don't have to expand in native vegetation areas. I don't have the exact numbers, but we have almost 50 million of hectares of degraded land that we can recover, and for that we have an incentive for ABC program, specific credit for this. In the last years, we released about 30 million hectares for pastures, for zootechnical gains, although we we still owe a lot to the worldwide indexes. We lead in areas of pasture. And as Marx also mentioned, we have a wonderful program integration with cattle and forest and agribusiness. The third crops, second crops, and cattle inclusion. Also, we have a perspective of about 20 million hectares and a fundamental aspect of gains of productivity in technology in about 1% per year. In the next 30 years, we can gain about 20 million hectares. If we add all this, it's much more than 80 million that we use for grains, fruits, and for planted forests and so on. That is, the great numbers. We don't need to deforest anything, legally or illegally. Eventually, as you mentioned, in specific moments, you have to do this. But it's a decision, it's a political decision at this moment. It is not easy. Thank you, Décio. Very good. Excellent numbers. Michel, please. Your final words, please. I think that we've heard everything very clearly, and I would mention three issues. Which are these three issues? Corporately speaking, first thing, we have a great asset in Brazil that is exactly a legacy of policies from the past that continue being implemented. And credibility of these assets is in game when you have criticisms regarding this implementation. The implementation of the Forest Code for us is very, very important. We defend very much the Forest Code. We have some other stages and not facing this. It's a greater problem because of the global trading with Brazil when we export. When you export deforestation, Brazil is the champion of exports in agriculture. Another thing is to try to remove some of the reputation that we have about deforestation. We know that we have this deforestation in the Amazon. It's not connected to agribusiness, to the one that we have in Brazil. It's not connected to soybean production. However, we have all the reputation coming from abroad due to different reasons, and we have to struggle against this. So we have implementation of the Forest Code in both in the Amazon and the Northeast. And also, if we fight this, we solve very well in a simple way things that could be solved and bringing a result to Brazil. And finally, policies for sustainable expansion. We have open degraded areas. We have some Brazilian association, BIOB, that's 18 million of soybeans that we have in the Cerrado. We have over 50 million of areas that are open and ready for soybean plantation. So it is possible to expand also in the Cerrado without afforestation because we have a very important soybean footprint. And our partnerships with companies, we're very happy to associate with Embrapa to plant directly with our other companies. And recently, AgroIDEO that shows these areas that are open and feasible for new plantations. We have also public initiative and private initiative, a lot of solutions. It's an issue of implementation. We cannot, as a private sector, solve everything. We have to have public policies that will value this exploration on areas that are open. We have incentives for the farmers, a sectorial issue, individual issues of each of the companies, but it's important also to involve the government to see this as positive for the future of Brazil. The footprint of Brazil today has a great power, and I state this again, for the carbon market. It's a new commodity that is happening since the collapse in 2008 with the global crisis, and our clients are requesting soybean carbon footprints, so we have to understand what is happening. If it's connected to deforestation or illegal expansion, we will lose points in this soybeans. Clients won't watch it, and certification market is gigantic and it's stronger and stronger, and the clients want to know about this. Let's respect our client, and I request, please respect our customer. they're not hearing only our message. If we do things that will affect our reputation in Brazil, this affects those who are paying the bill in Brazil or abroad. We have a lot of power, great assets, and now it's to complement everything together. Thank you, Michel. Marcos. Well, once again, thank you very much for the invitation. I will speak about these three dichotomies and diversity that are happening in the agro, and exclusion, and the other two opposites. We have this reality, we have the wheat modern agro that has young people opposite to other countries. Our farmer is a young guy, and they have properties and going to new areas. An intense migration in the country in the last 40 years. We have an agricultural revolution. So this side will continue delivering in the future productivity, production, integration, cattle and farm, and what Michel said, traceability and certification, and will deliver geo monitoring because the client will request this. So we will have to connect business with territories for this agro modern, and they will deliver this. But together with this modern agro, this 80-90% of the production, we have, unfortunately, similar to other worlds in Brazil. One world is illegality that exists because we didn't do our homework for a long time, decades. As Isabella said, the first forest code is from 1934. We already had forest laws at that time, but until 2012, we lived in a limbo, and nothing was clear. In 2012, we approved the code after 10 years of a lot of dialogue, and after 2012, we really, unfortunately, judicialized this process in 7 or 8 years, and only now we're starting to have some complementation, very, very small. Some states advanced, like Mato Grosso, and some still very, very delayed, going backwards. So I think this is the second aspect. It's the other opposite. This exists because policies were not implemented. And we know how to do these things if we want to. Isabel, when she started in the government, she had 2 or 3 millions of hectares, 2.5 million hectares of deforestation per year, and it dropped to 500,000 hectares. We reduced 80% of the deforestation at that time. And now we go back to 1 million of hectares. So we did our homework in a moment, but we lost this, unfortunately, during these last 4 years. This is the opposite side that is very complicated. And the third side that we have to remember is a social approach. Half of the owners of these rural properties produce 10% of this. They're disappearing, they're getting older, they have an unfortunate situation. Some could become modern farmers, but many, we have to have social policies to deal with a problem that is also a historical problem, is a problem that was not solved, and is a problem that all the countries have. So I would say at these 3 worlds, modern agro, the delayed illegal agro, the second one, and finally, the issue of the exclusion, the growing exclusion of half of the rural producers are great issues of the future. Much of this depends on public policies and on the integration of public policies with the private sector. The public policy has to work with the private sector. The advantage is we are a democracy. We had here a government that we're not able to change. We wouldn't see any future. But exactly because we are a democracy, we have the possibility at every 4 years to see things and come to decisions that will take to a future that I'm mentioning here. Perhaps we can go backwards, but perhaps it will go and walk towards the future, depending on the choices we make. Thank you very much, Beto. Thank you all to my colleagues here. Thank you, Marcos. And let's hope that the United States, that they have their election, democratic election in Brazil next year, may validate the public will. Isabella, you will end our meeting. We have a very restricted time. Okay, I can say only two things. I believe that we have to think in the future today. Brazil is not a country of the future. Brazil is a country of the present that depends on the future. The choices are done now, today. And I enjoyed very much because I was provoked by next year. And I think the next 2 years, 2021, 22, we have to find a way, Marcelo, is okay, to call the society to discuss and to have a clear option. And to have two cuts, one, the end of deforestation until 2030. I mentioned until 23 because of the complexity that it involves organized crime. And we have the capacity, institutional capacity to deal with this before 2030 and to end with this. This is a commitment, ethical, moral commitment. Deforestation is crime. So we have to solve this. We don't reduce emission. We want to have civilization here in Brazil because it's a crime. If you want to live with a crime, okay, I don't want to live with crime. So in fact, this is a call for society to find a solution for this. At the same time, when you end deforestation, you commit yourself with this, which are the activities up here for a solution in the Amazon and the Cerrado. We have to, and agriculture has a structuring way for this. We cannot have polarization that we had the forest code and we had a converge. We had also a polarization again. Once again, informality we have in Brazil, it's no use. So we have to find a way to end with the polarization, bring new minds. This agro, they say young people, they have to know which are their roles to help those that are in the past to be able to deliver something or to transform something. We cannot leave people behind. We have to understand we have a liability, and this liability has to be dealt with. We have to some moment this. And also a vision for the second moment, this is 2050, that supposedly, let's say, if the world is really committed with this, what can we do? How do we want to get there? This discussion is also something to do with the next 10 years. 2020, 2030 is a decade of the 20th, of the 21st century. If we go to the 20th century, it was a decade that transformed the world as of the culture, as of the arts and behaviors. That happened in the 20th century. The 21st century will be sustainability, the new global issues and the new behaviors that connect physically and digitally. The choices are there, and there is a magic word called co-responsibility. The ones that participate are co-responsible. We cannot leave this aside. It will depend on the pressure and also on our capability of acting step by step, understanding the difficulties as a very complex country, but a country that has solutions. We don't have alternatives. We have many alternatives, and we cannot lose ourselves in the speech of the past. We want ambition for the future and know that it will come free. What was done to feed Brazil has to be done in the next 40 years for Brazil be a low carbon with less inequality and a more fair part of the planet and the world. Because we cannot go to Mars because there's no oxygen. So thank you very much. And please be bold, because boldness, it doesn't do anything. It's not bad for anybody. It's mainly for the young people. Great. Thank you very much, Isabella, Marcelo, Michelle, Décio, Marcos. Thank you, all of you that organized. Harvard boys also, thank you. I hope to come back to the debates. Good evening to all of you.
E seu negócio já não está mais no mesmo lugar. E aqui, todo mundo, startup e grande corporação, vai concordar. O cenário de inovação é um cenário de incertezas. E faz sentido que seja assim. Se é inovação, é porque ainda não foi feito. Na FabStart, acreditamos num futuro em que startups e corporações aqui no Brasil se tornarão benchmarks de inovação para o mundo. E a FabStart, protagonista dessa transformação. Já deu para imaginar o que esse impulso pode fazer por você? FabStart, desafio aceito. Comece agora.
Olá! Você está assistindo ao painel Brasil e Metas Climáticas, da 7ª edição da Brasil Conference de Harvard e MIT. Meu nome é Rosenburg Lopes Neto e sou aluno de MBA no MIT. O painel Brasil e Metas Climáticas busca explorar como o Brasil, uma das 10 maiores economias do mundo e detentor de rica biodiversidade, deve se posicionar no estágio global frente à ameaça das mudanças climáticas. Como palestrantes, é uma honra anunciar que teremos Marina Silva, ambientalista e política brasileira. Fábio Perovic, fundador e diretor da Fama Investimentos. E Mercedes Bustamante, professora da Universidade de Brasília e membro da Academia Brasileira de Ciências. E na moderação, temos Oswaldo Lucon, coordenador executivo do Fórum Brasileiro de Mudança de Clima. Muito obrigado a todos vocês por terem aceitado o nosso convite, assim como ao público que nos assiste. Passo agora a palavra para o Oswaldo para que comecemos o painel.
Bem, muito obrigado, Rosenburg. Obrigado, boa noite a todas, boa noite a todos. É uma grande satisfação estar aqui com uma audiência tão seleta, num fórum tão importante como esse. O assunto mudanças climáticas é, logo depois da pandemia, uma das maiores ameaças que nós temos aqui para nossa existência. E faço disso o meu dia a dia já há várias décadas. É uma grande felicidade contar aqui com a amiga e colega Mercedes Bustamante, com Fábio Perovic e com a ministra Marina Silva. Eu gostaria de convidar a todos brevemente a visitar o site do Fórum Brasileiro de Mudanças Climáticas, é o forumclimabrasil.org. E sem mais, eu já vou passar a palavra a Mercedes fazendo uma provocação. Vamos começar, vamos olhar para o presente e o futuro. Mercedes, se você hoje pudesse dar algum conselho ao atual governo, o que você proporia? E eu vou emendar com uma outra pergunta. Se em 2023 você puder aconselhar o governo eleito nesse ano, o que você proporia? Vamos lá, vamos começar.
Muito obrigada, então, Oswaldo, pela apresentação. Rosenburg, muito obrigada pelo convite para participar desse painel. É um prazer estar aqui com os colegas debatendo um tema que é tão importante. Eu preparei uma pequena apresentação, talvez se a gente pudesse projetar, e eu vou tentar, então, abordar as duas questões tão significativas que o Oswaldo colocou para o nosso debate. Não sei se a gente pudesse contar com o apoio da área técnica, só para a exibição dos slides.
Muito bem.
Bom, então acho que eu vou...
Vamos ao improviso, então.
Vamos, então, sem os slides, está ótimo. Então.
Não, os slides saíram, eles apareceram. Estão disponíveis. Estão disponíveis.
Eu consigo espelhados aqui no computador?
Ele está passando no YouTube, eu estou acompanhando, Mercedes.
Você vai ter que falar, Mercedes, como se você estivesse vendo, mas você não vai estar vendo.
Ok, tá bom, obrigado. Então vamos lá. É sempre um exercício, né, com uma meta climática que vai exigir um desafio aqui da nossa parte. Bom, então inicialmente eu acho que abordar um pouco do Brasil e as metas climáticas. Eu gostaria então de passar para o primeiro slide, né? Esse slide, se vocês conseguem aí observar, são duas representações de dois cenários possíveis para o clima, né? Um cenário de altas emissões e um cenário de mitigação, onde a gente conseguiria controlar o aumento, né, da temperatura em relação aos níveis de temperatura pré-revolução industrial. Então, basicamente, o que a gente coloca hoje para a humanidade é um balanço entre esses dois possíveis cenários para o clima. Passando para o próximo slide, e a gente percebe que, diante desse desafio, nós tivemos, no segundo semestre de 2020, no início, agora, de 2021, movimentos importantes de duas grandes economias mundiais que são responsáveis também por uma boa parte das emissões globais de gases de efeito estufa. Então, em setembro de 2020, a China, né, lançou o seu plano, numa reunião da ONU, de atingir o seu pico de emissões de CO2 antes de 2030 e de alcançar a neutralidade de carbono antes de 2060, com uma redução drástica dos combustíveis fósseis, compensando as emissões remanescentes, e tudo isso implicaria num roteiro de aproximadamente aí 15 trilhões de dólares em 30 anos. E agora, recentemente, em março de 2021, né, o governo recém-eleito, né, do presidente Biden, colocou um plano de reconstrução e modernização da infraestrutura nos Estados Unidos, visando expandir as fontes renováveis de energia e, com isso, criar milhões de postos de trabalho e adaptar o país aos efeitos da mudança do clima. E os custos previstos aí são de cerca de 2 trilhões de dólares nos próximos 8 anos. No próximo slide, a gente pode ter uma síntese um pouco, enquanto, né, os países se movem, né, na direção do enfrentamento desse desafio, qual é a situação atual no Brasil. Então, nesse slide, a gente pode observar aí, são duas notícias, né, do portal do Supremo Tribunal Federal, que se referem a duas audiências públicas. Uma delas é coordenada pelo ministro Barroso para discutir os investimentos do Fundo Clima, e a segunda audiência em outubro de 2020, quase que um mês depois, coordenada pela ministra Rosa Weber para discutir, então, a situação do Fundo Amazônia. Então, enquanto a gente percebe uma movimentação de países, né, que são importantes dentro da economia global, importantes para a mitigação das mudanças climáticas, na mobilização de recursos para o enfrentamento desse problema, o que a gente vê no Brasil, dois fundos importantes, claro que não alcançam, né, o que está sendo colocado pela China e pelos Estados Unidos, mas são muito importantes no sentido da condução das atividades no Brasil, paralisados em função de mudanças na área federal. O próximo slide, o que vocês veem aqui é uma figura, né, que foi elaborada pelo grupo do Climate Action Tracker, que acompanha as ambições colocadas no Acordo de Paris em relação ao que elas significariam de aumento da temperatura global. Então, aqui a gente tem na primeira coluna, que vocês podem observar, que seria o aumento esperado, considerando todas as metas colocadas no Acordo de Paris e que já nos deixaria fora da faixa do 1,5 de aumento da temperatura global e nos colocaria ali numa média de 2,6. Se a gente olhar agora a segunda coluna de azul mais escuro, ela apresenta o que seria esse aumento da temperatura em face das políticas correntes, e a terceira coluna numa ação mais otimista. Então, basicamente, a mensagem dessa imagem, a gente pode passar para o próximo slide, por favor, é que as metas que nós temos hoje colocadas na mesa até 2030, elas não são suficientes para nos colocar numa trajetória de redução da temperatura global em função da redução das emissões para atingir a meta do 1,5. Esse gráfico que vocês percebem com várias linhas, né, na verdade, várias trajetórias, a trajetória em preto aqui, ela representa as nossas emissões históricas, e para que nós olhássemos essa trajetória em verde, que nos levaria para o 1,5, implicaria numa redução muito rápida e muito drástica das emissões já no período entre 2020 e 2030. Então, esse gráfico ele indica para a gente a necessidade de urgência na tomada de decisão e de ações mais ambiciosas de mitigação. No próximo slide, o que a gente traz aqui é o resultado de um relatório do IPCC, quando o Acordo de Paris colocou a meta de 1,5, o IPCC foi demandado a preparar um relatório do que significaria, em termos de ações de mitigação, o atingimento dessa meta de 1,5. E eu gostaria de chamar aqui a atenção para um setor importante dentro das emissões globais, que é o setor de agricultura, florestas e outros usos da terra, e particularmente relevante para o Brasil. E o que esse relatório do IPCC coloca é que, efetivamente, a limitação do aquecimento global a 1,5 vai demandar transições muito significativas em termos globais e regionais do uso da terra, e a escala dessa ambição vai depender precisamente desse portfólio de ações de mitigação associadas a diferentes transições de uso da terra. No próximo slide, por favor, O que vocês podem ver, então, são as emissões de gases de efeito estufa do Brasil, né? Nessas barras coloridas, elas representam os diferentes setores da economia, e eu chamo a atenção aqui, precisamente, para esse setor de agricultura, florestas e outros usos da terra, representados em verde, as barras de mudança de uso da terra, em amarelo, as barras associadas à atividade da agricultura, que mostram, que representam aí o perfil majoritário das emissões brasileiras de gases de efeito estufa. Próximo slide, por favor. Então, que a gente passa agora a olhar um pouco o que foi o compromisso do Brasil frente ao Acordo de Paris. Então, o Brasil elaborou um primeiro documento em setembro de 2015, que colocava a redução das emissões de gases de efeito estufa em relação aos níveis de 2005, 37% até 2025, 43% até 2030. Essas metas tinham uma natureza incondicional, ou seja, o Brasil assumia o ônus, né, dessa redução, as ações associadas a essa redução, e elencava algumas metas específicas para o setor de florestas e uso da terra, como restaurar 12 milhões de hectares de floresta até 2030, eliminar o desmatamento ilegal na Amazônia até 2030 e reforçar os esforços de implementação do Código Florestal. Aqui eu chamo a atenção para a meta de restauração, que se a gente só seguisse o Código Florestal, já seria uma necessidade de restauração de cerca de 21 milhões de hectares, até bem mais do que era colocado por essa meta em 2015. No próximo slide, por favor, o que vocês vão ver, então, é o documento que o Brasil submeteu, né, então, a NDC brasileira, revisada em 2020, em dezembro de 2020, que mantém os percentuais de redução de gás de efeito estufa que foram colocados em 2015, enuncia um objetivo indicativo, ou seja, não é um compromisso concreto de neutralidade climática em 2060, mas apresenta alguns pontos a considerar. Primeiro, ele teve uma participação muito baixa da sociedade civil, ele não traz as medidas concretas que existiam na versão de 2015, não fala de ações de adaptação que também estavam presentes no documento de 2015, e coloca isso agora como um compromisso condicional, ou seja, condicionado ao recebimento de recursos externos, que é uma natureza bem diferente daquele compromisso incondicional colocado em 2015. E não cita também a própria Política Nacional de Mudanças do Clima, que já previa que em 2020 nós deveríamos ter uma taxa de desmatamento na Amazônia inferior a 4 mil quilômetros quadrados, e essa taxa atualmente, né, cerca de 9 mil quilômetros quadrados. O próximo, por favor. E como é que o Brasil está hoje, né? Esses são dados de 2019, né, do Global Forest Watch, né, apresentado pelo Instituto, né, pelo WRI, e a gente percebe aí que em 2019 o Brasil respondeu por 1/3 da perda de florestas tropicais primárias no mundo, que é esse gráfico de barras verdes, né, indica o Brasil aqui bastante destacado, na sequência vem a República Democrática do Congo, Indonésia, assim por diante, e esse gráfico de pixel, o que ele indica aqui são as contribuições para a perda, né, de florestas primárias entre 2002 e 2020, a gente percebe essa fatia majoritária do Brasil também, se a gente considera esse período de tempo. Então, em relação às considerações finais, e aproveitando aí a provocação do Oswaldo, né, o que eu considero que seria importante é que o Brasil precisa realmente contribuir com metas muito mais ambiciosas de mitigação. O caminho mais imediato a gente já sabe, porque a gente já percorreu com relativo sucesso no passado recente, que é a retomada das medidas de controle do desmatamento das atividades ilegais. É difícil a gente falar de sustentabilidade de negócios legais quando as atividades ilegais são simplesmente toleradas ou até incentivadas. O reforço de instrumentos como o cadastro ambiental rural, previsto também no Código Florestal brasileiro, o atingimento, né, o encaminhamento dos nossos compromissos de restauração dos passivos ambientais e o incentivo a práticas e negócios sustentáveis. Mas, por fim, é importante considerar, e eu entro aí já no meu último slide, que a prioridade deve ser a reconstrução da governança. Essas são duas figuras, né, do relatório do Dasgupta Review, né, que fala sobre a economia da biodiversidade, e colocam muito claramente que aqui no topo, né, dessa colmeia de construção de cooperação entre o capital social e as instituições está a confiança. E a confiança também é um aspecto importante, novamente, para a efetividade das instituições. Então, sem essa reconstrução da governança com base em confiança, a gente não consegue elencar essas soluções nem para 2021, nem para 2023, viu, Oswaldo? Então, eu termino aqui e agradeço mais uma vez o convite.
Muito obrigado, Mercedes. Não, de fato, confiança é o princípio de governança, de negociações multilaterais, e permita fazer um pequeno à parte sobre os princípios do Fórum Brasileiro. ao assumir a coordenação, eu estabeleci que as posições do fórum se pautariam pela evidência científica, pelo reforço das instituições e pelo fiel cumprimento de todos os acordos internacionais do qual o Brasil faça parte. São essas as condições. Quer dizer, a governança é uma condição sine qua non para que isso ocorra. Muito obrigado mais uma vez. Eu vou passar agora para o Fábio Alperovitch, que vai nos dar uma visão do setor privado. E, Fábio, olha, a pergunta que eu tinha assim, de roteiro era o que o Brasil poderia fazer em termos de investimentos ESG para cumprir a nossa NDC. Mas eu acho que isso vai além. A NDC é parte do caminho, né? Nós temos que... o Brasil precisa depositar uma estratégia de longo prazo e sem o setor privado, sem as empresas, isso simplesmente não vai ocorrer. Eu gostaria que você abordasse isso e já vou fazer a minha provocação a você. Como é que a gente lida com a maquiagem verde, com o greenwashing e até mais, com a captura regulatória, com a informação assimétrica que existe na tomada de decisão? Com você, Fábio. Obrigado.
Bom, boa noite a todos. Um prazer enorme estar participando de um painel dessa relevância. Prazer também, Lucon, estar aqui com você, professora Mercedes, ministra Marina. Antes de mais nada, espero que todos estejam bem, seus familiares bem, nesses tempos estranhos que estamos vivendo. Espero que todos estejam saudáveis. Em relação à sua pergunta, Lucon, eu queria primeiro dar um pouquinho mais de contexto sobre a questão antes de entrar no setor privado. Porque quando a gente fala sobre metas climáticas ou ambições climáticas do Brasil, quando a gente fala Brasil, a gente tem que diferenciar bem o que Brasil é formado por governo e formado por sociedade civil também. Não necessariamente eles estão na mesma toada. E muitas vezes, investidores estrangeiros ou imprensa e etc., interpretam o Brasil como se fosse algo monolítico, uma coisa só, e acho que a gente tem que fazer essa distinção muito claramente. Então, queria antes dar um pouco de contexto da minha visão sobre o governo e já chego lá na sociedade civil. O fato é que a gente, enquanto governo, não tem ambição climática. As nossas NDCs, né, as nossas metas são tímidas. Para um país que deveria ser protagonista na questão climática, a gente tem metas de ser carbono neutro em 2060, quando a gente deveria estar antecipando, a gente deveria ser modelo para os outros países, até pela questão, enfim, das nossas vantagens, até de biodiversidade e florestas estarem aqui, e a nossa matriz energética já ser muito mais avançada do que outros países. Em relação às metas, além de todos os pontos que a professora Mercedes trouxe, teve mais um ponto que me incomodou bastante, é que as metas de redução de 37% a 43%, como ela bem explicou, são em relação ao inventário de 2005, porém, o governo mudou o inventário de 2005. Então, ele aumentou o inventário em 40% e manteve a meta. Ou seja, na verdade, essa nova NDC possibilita um aumento das emissões e não redução das emissões. Então, de fato, isso não há um compromisso aqui. Também a gente tem uma outra evidência aqui interessante, infelizmente interessante, para apontar, é que as emissões em 2020, emissões de CO2, cresceram, apesar do PIB ter contraído, o que é bastante pouco usual. Mas como que pode acontecer, né? O PIB contrai e as emissões sobem, e isso por conta do desmatamento. Então, existe pouca vontade política de restringir desmatamento. A gente bateu todos os recordes possíveis em relação ao desmatamento no ano passado. E aí a gente também pode levar em consideração que das principais fontes de emissões a gente tem o desmatamento e também combustíveis fósseis. Então, a gente já não tem uma luta contínua contra o desmatamento, mas quando a gente pensa na principal estatal brasileira, que é de combustíveis fósseis, ela também não tem metas climáticas ambiciosas e não começou a fazer uma transição relevante para energias mais limpas. Então, vários sinais que a gente vê em relação ao governo é de uma pouca ambição. O mercado de carbono não é regulado, enfim, tem várias questões. Então, eu acho que isso deve ser pontuado. Mas a gente também tem que lembrar que, infelizmente...
So we must remember that, unfortunately... So it's been 30 years. I mean, the whole world, and we had a serious problem. But a moment, we're having our moment of urgency, which is not written solely on the government. It is a matter of civil society as well. Even if every government, even if there was a political will, it wouldn't be enough. So the civil society plays a fundamental role so we don't have a climate collapse. The problem that we have here in Brazil is that this did not sink in yet. For quite long, the business, the entrepreneurial environment understood that the environmental matters were ideological, and so they would not belong to the entrepreneurial realm. So they rejected these matters. And the debate for the last 20, 30 years. So this understanding, they're arriving late. So as entrepreneurs, and we are starting to understand the problem now, and we still think that this is a problem, related to trees. No, it is a social problem as well. It is a problem that generates the rise in the price of food, hunger, refugees, and there are a series of matters that if the civil society does not understand this, we will not survive. No one will survive. So as a society, we need to understand and challenge this problem. So companies need to have this responsibility. We do not have to think that the responsibility belongs to the government, solely to the government. So many times in the entrepreneurial realm, people say they believe in a small state, but when there is a collective problem, we give the problem back to the government, to the state. This is not a problem of ours. And then along with companies, the stakeholders in general need to do some kind of pressure. So the investors are important stakeholders, banks as fund credit providers are important stakeholders, consumers are important stakeholders. All the supply chain needs to have an environmental responsibility when conducting its business. When we talk about ESG, and there's nothing new here, and we are under impact in Brazil of something, but this is a framework of the financial market itself. So we need to understand a little better in more depth in order to not remain shallow. Many times companies, they see things about neutralization, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and the financial market understand as if everything was collected. They don't go, for example, in 2060, this is not any longer a responsibility of investors. So this alleviates the pressure regarding the company. So this debate, like the one we're having now, is essential, but even more essential is for the market to understand how serious this is. And there are certain specificities, and you mentioned brainwashing, but there is now different from 2 years ago, and a large effort of companies in the sense of showing themselves sustainable. And on the other hand, they control the narrative
obviously there is an asymmetry of information. And as I said, there was a debate for 30 years. So that we do not have a critical capacity to ask a second or a third question. So the life of those brainwashers, of the greenwashers is easy. So education and awareness raising is essential to fight greenwashing. Thank you very much, Fabio. I will pass the floor now directly to Minister Marina Silva, and I will also make my provocation here. Let us imagine a theoretical scenario where, let's say, Marina Silva was elected president of Brazil in 2023. And what would you do? Your microphone is mute. Sorry. Well, and thank you for inviting me for this debate. The issues being discussed are important. So other matters were already addressed, and the provocation will answer as someone who has been involved with this agenda ever since I was born, since I was 17, when I started to struggle, I fight along with Chico Mendes. So I will speak to any government who is in charge of ahead of a country with 11% of fresh water, 22% of living species, the widest diversity in the world, and a country gathering every condition to be at the same time an environmental power and an agricultural power. So I will say what I would say to anyone being president. The first thing is that to stop the process of dismantling of environmental governance in Brazil, which was built throughout decades in different governments, different administrations, which some made more than others, even during the military regime. Let us not forget that IBAMA, which is the only deliberative board of the presidency, which now was mutilated when dismantling this environmental governance. It is the only council which was created thanks to our Professor Paulo Virina Neto during the military dictatorship. So every government, the administration gave the contribution. This is the first government when you have only losses, and one of the big losses is the dismantling of Brazilian environmental governance. You only have to see what is going on with IBAMA, with ICMBio, what is happening with the National Water Agency, the National Agency for indigenous peoples, and even those entities which provide support in terms of research. And one of the tasks of the government was to work in the sense of demoralizing it. One of the first things to do is to recover environmental governance. And another matter which is equally important is that any government who wants to make a difference in this agenda will need to necessarily recover the public policies that worked out. The national environment system, which should work in partnership with states and municipalities, so we need to recover public policies that worked out. The ARPA government was now abandoned. It is absurd that the plan for preventing and controlling deforestation in the Amazon that managed to make deforestation to fall for 10 years has almost by 80% was completely abandoned. So we need to recover and to make work the resources we have for the Amazon Fund, which was created during my term and the ministry, as well as the plan for controlling and preventing deforestation. Thanks to the results was successful in reducing deforestation, we managed to capture resources in order to have more action. This fund now is paralyzed because the government wanted to use the money to promote regularization of land that was stolen. So we need to rebuild the budget of the Ministry of IBAMA, of ICMBio, of the Brazilian Forest Institute, which were totally abandoned. So to make reorganize the Republican relationship between IBAMA and the federal police during my management, we had 25 large federal police operations which sent to jail over 700 people who were committing environmental crime. We apprehended 1 million cubic meters of wood. We shut illegal landing strips, and we were responsible for 25 great intelligence operations which dismantled gangs. So we need to have a Republican relationship with the police, the army, the federal police for intelligence actions. The deforestation didn't take place because of magic, but because there were successful public policies. Even the agenda for creating the conservation units, we created 24 million hectares of conservation units. Professor Mercedes mentioned that in this government, during my term from 2003 to 2008, we were responsible for over 78% of all the protected areas created in the world, and that is relevant. And so I will even stop speaking here, because if someone asks me what has to be done, I know it by heart. But in order to do it, we need to have a government willing to do it, willing to establish partnership with the scientific community that should not be denialists, and to acknowledge that climate change is already taking place. We are already going through coming close to the non-return point. So we need to establish partnerships with the state governments and have the national plan for preventing deforestation, state plans. That is what we're going to do when I left the ministry. And last but not least, we need to have a transparent management. As Gilberto Gil said, the people know what they want. We are not in the government. We are not in the government only to do what pleases. Sometimes you need to do things that do not please. When we began our actions to fight deforestation in the Amazon, everything had mentioned, which brought a lot of pressure, made us put us. What does it mean to send 700 criminals to jail, and powerful criminals? So there were around 100, something like 125 employees involved in corruption, and I can say that some ministers did more than or less, but all of them tried as much as they could. That is the first government that tries as much as it can not to do anything and does not, to the extent that the federal police investigates and the minister complains with the federal police, against the federal police for investigating illegal an operation against illegal deforestation. So the first thing we have to do, whatever, is to have a Republican management of the biggest environmental assets in the planet, and to stop having a violent relationship with the local communities. And finally, to stop with this idea that in order to do what is our obligation, we must receive money in order to do what is nothing but our obligation. We reduced deforestation by 80% with the few resources we had, and it was thanks to this effort that we achieved more resources to do more. And we shouldn't be talk to another government and say, I only take care of my forests, I won't only take care of our indigenous peoples, I won't take care of my biodiversity, my water, my land, if you pay me for that. That is a shame. This really makes us angry, but you asked me the question, and I'm saying what I would say to any government. Follow the Constitution, Article 225 of the Federal Constitution. Say, have a Republican way of government. Stand for our strategic interests. We are being harmed from the economic, social, environmental, and ethical point of view. We became a pariah. Any government should do what has to be done to make Brazil occupy the place it deserves in the world. Brazil is not a place for problems, it is a place for solutions. And if the world wants products coming from clean energy, we can have an energy matrix totally clean. If the world wants agricultural products which are sustainable, we have a program for that, low carbon agriculture, that can make our agriculture not require any kind of deforestation. But if we end up using only 1% we'll never achieve that. So to be government, whatever it means to be aligned with the biggest challenge mankind already have. So, and Brazil is the country that gathers the best conditions, that has the best comparative advantages. We have the capacity for technical response. What it lacks is the ethical commitment to have the leadership again we once had. Brazil was very much respected when it came to the biodiversity, climate agenda, and any negotiation round. Today we are pariahs. We cannot make deals with Mercosur, OECD, and then and now we say that we're only do something and they pay us. So sovereignty implies responsibility. If you're a government, you need to be responsible. So we have sovereignty over one of the most important areas for the balance of the planet, which is the Amazon. So the current government, our vector of emission, the biggest one is deforestation, unfortunately, and that is what is going on now. Thank you very much, Minister, I'd like to remark that the mission of the Brazilian Forum is to connect the stakeholders, the government as well, and I wanted to invite people from the government to take part in this panel. So I want, but as I'm the moderator here, I will choose a few words, and I think we have 15 minutes, and I'd like you to make your comments regarding certain matters. That you can choose one of them, which would be the COVID recovery, considering an economic crisis, and the geopolitical situation of Brazil in relation to the COP26 negotiations. And Mercedes, Fabio, and then Marina Silva, please. Well, thank you very much. I need to make a clarification, a comment Fabio made regarding the national emission inventory. The National Emission Inventory is conducted by the Ministry of Technology and Innovation with the participation of the scientific community. National Inventory reviews the previous data, and sometimes we need to make corrections. And so I think there are two moments. There was work done with technical rigor, and once the government, every time, but the government should have adjusted the new number of 2005. I'd like to remark that there was no manipulation whatsoever. But once the data was changed because of that correction that was necessary, we needed a more ambitious goal. So I'd like to make this acknowledgement. So we cannot ignore work done. Osvaldo, I think the 2 points you raised, recovery, what will the reality after COVID-19, the geopolitical matters are extremely related. The whole world is looking at this. What will be, the recovery from the pandemic will not be so quick, and it will take longer in Brazil because of the denialism we see today in the management of this pandemic. And how will we position ourselves in this moment of recovery? And within this viewpoint, environment and health are things which are extremely connected. So biodiversity, the areas where there's biodiversity require conservation, otherwise they can be source of new pandemics. And this is a responsibility of Brazil, considering what we saw. So I think there are two themes that come together. The recovery that is being discussed, the green recovery, we would like it to be better than greener. So, and Brazil, sometimes we lose opportunities to board this moment when we would have a series of solutions to bring. It is with immense sadness that we see the data, which is on the return of hunger to Brazil, which was, I know the problem of Brazil, and this has to be mentioned. So, and we see ourselves again in this trap of inequality. So we need to see the opportunity. Environmental governance, to use the Brazilian social capital. So we need to. So that is an important point, and I think that in this geopolitical scenario, Brazil presents itself with this business card. We don't have many chances of attracting the investment that will be necessary for this recovery of growth. So those are 2 points, and I find them extremely connected. 2 critical years for Brazil, but we don't see leaderships capable of dealing with this challenge.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. I'll pass on to Fabio. 5 minutes, Fabio, and 5 more for the closure. Thank you. To be very clear, the new inventory, it doesn't have any problem. In ancient Greek, we used to have a number goal, and it was suppressed, and it became a percentage on a greater increase. So the manipulation was there, and not in the inventory. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear previously, but let's go directly to your issue about the COVID and the recovery of COVID. I hope it's soon. But once again, my role here as an investor, I will try to talk about this connection. If we have something positive in all this situation that we are going through, it's that science in Brazil is very little respected. I don't remember the source, but we had a research between the great countries, and Brazil was one of the countries that less respected science in the whole world. So when COVID arrives, we launched something very strong on science, and Brazilians start paying attention to things that they didn't pay attention before, including the climate. So COVID has a fundamental role in two approaches. First, the return of the debate with science. The Brazilian public and streaming and media have to understand how much is the denial, how much it costs not to hear science. This is a fundamental debate. The second fundamental debate, that started with COVID also, are the enterprises trying to understand the role of them in society. Until COVID, the companies, and I'm not mentioning all of them, of course, but most of the companies used to understand that their role was to sell services and products, and that's it. And with COVID, they started to understand that there's a more comprehensive role than only selling products and services. They have, in a way, a minimum to take care of their employees and their surrounding communities. And the social responsibility starts to be discussed as of COVID. Will the companies need to have some kind of concern besides the ones that they used to have in the past? So these subjects are being considered by the CEOs, by the leaders and board of directors that weren't discussed in the past. So I think this ends bringing also responsibility also on climate issues. We cannot forget we have a strong challenge that is a climate issue. Everybody's talking about this. We're almost reaching the breaking point, but this is not the only challenge. We have the challenge with water that's very relevant. Loss of biodiversity also is another challenge that can be greater than the climate change. And these challenges, they were not noticed by the entrepreneur community and the financial community in the past. But COVID, with all the terror that it brings, at least it brings some kind of this debate and this awareness about science and responsibility of the companies and the civil society. I think that it's in this sense the recovery of the post-COVID world will bring a positive balance in the sense that the companies will have more importance in this role. Another issue that rapidly is very relevant, that we are among various simultaneous phenomena, the capitalism of more hostile capitalism, and the one with stakeholders is a small change, but it's another transition, the generational transition. This new generation, the Z generation, has a purpose on social purpose and also environmental purpose, and very strong ones. And obviously, this generation still is not very relevant in the sense that they can be a consumer scenario. They're not investors. They don't have public policies and leadership cargoes because of their age. But once time elapses, this generation will start occupying these spaces. They will start entering into public policies, leading the companies, and so on. And these people, in general, you don't need this convincing process. This is very natural for this generation, this responsibility for social and environmental issues. So we will pass very quickly in a decade, in a period that is necessary to do a lot of strength, almost pushing this entrepreneurial and financial societies and the financial market to an agenda that is from outside to inside, and oppositely in 10 years. The problem that we have to press at this moment. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay. Oswaldo?
Hello, Oswaldo.
Acho que o Oswaldo.
I think Oswaldo. Thank you very much, Fabio. I'm sorry, it was my fate for Past Director to Marina Silva. Thank you very much. I thought yours was disconnected. It was my mic that was disconnected. Well, first of all, once again, thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations for the initiative or the debates, very important ones. And this subject of recovery of the context of the pandemics, because it will take time in order for us to say that we were able to solve it, also including the severe problems that we are following mainly here in Brazil. I was watching today a scientist talking that in the case of Brazil, great amount of people that are being contaminated because lack of isolation and distancing and the lack of vaccination will perhaps make Brazil develop some other strains that can bring to risk the efforts that we have achieved up to now. So we have an issue that's fundamental. When I think about the processes of recovery, there is an agenda. First is the agenda of the international recovery in public health. We can have some kind of a competition in other areas of technology, but in the area of health, China, United States, and European Union, everybody has to cooperate because the problem of one becomes a problem of everybody. You cannot escape this. So cooperation in the agenda of health is fundamental. Another cooperation that we cannot escape because no one is going to solve the problem by themselves is climate change. And in this agenda, as Monsieur said, it's very embedded in the other one, because let's not forget that the pandemic is a problem of environmental nature, and we have nowadays in the Amazon the risk of becoming a focus of new viruses that may pass on to humans with problems that we cannot even imagine. From the point of view of economy, the world has already discovered there's no path that it does not first to consider the social inequality and the issue of the environmental global crisis. So the efforts that we will hold cannot be like the old agenda of develop it at any cost or at any price. We have to consider the transition to a low carbon economy, but also with sustainability, cultural and social sustainability. That's a great effort to change the model of development. I think that the move of the United States are doing, the European Union is doing, and the United Kingdom also, even if they're a conservative government, they show the path that the plasma sustainability will be considered apart from the ideological spectrum. This is an issue that we cannot escape from. And before it was socialist or capitalist, conservative or progressive, they were all developers. But now the challenge that we are facing for humanity, all will have to be sustainable. You're conservative, but you cannot escape from the issue of solving the problem of biodiversity and mainly the problem of the climate change. If you're progressive, the same thing. So who doesn't understand this agenda will be locked on the outside. The recovery and the investments will have to show to a problem, as has been said by Oswaldo, that in the middle and long term is much more difficult and complex, because although it's incredible to accept than the pandemics, because in the case of the climate changes, if we reach the point of no return, what is in place is life on Earth, because we won't have time to adapt ourselves. And in the path we are in, we won't be able to reach the target. We have to have more commitment. We know we use the word ambition. Since the very beginning in Paris, I used to say, perhaps ambition is not the right word for the moment. Now we have to understand that it was a lot of ambition that brought us to where we are now. And perhaps now it's more commitment. The responses, most of them we have, and we need an ethical recovery to recover our economies and public health with a global income, integrating Brazil in technological meeting between economy and ecology in order for the world to have a sustainable base for development and create a new cycle of prosperity. And here, Brazil is perfectly possible. Aside from this worse world, we have to inherit a better world. I see the crisis, but I see a lot of possibilities. Brazil is in the 21st century as the United States was for the 20th century. We are a young country with the power of natural resources, with a base of knowledge that's quite reasonable, and also a very creative people and free people. If we know how to use these comparative advantages, leaving this illusion of transference of technology and trying to have cooperation agreements in order to internalize technology and knowledge, we will be able to be a country of the new economy, of an economy that has an energetic, clean matrix and distributed biomass, sun, wind, and water. We can be the country of bioeconomy. For you to have an idea, the powerful Vale do Rio Doce has 20,000 employees. The productive chain of acai, that's one of the products of bioeconomy, are more than 300,000 people. Now the productive chain of acai, as Professor Carlos Nobre pays more taxes to Pará-State than Vale do Rio Doce. So we are a country that can, instead of states in the paradigm of the beginning of the century, as we're doing now, we can be a country with new paradigms, and it's an effort. A government, enterprises, society, and for this we will need to think how to leave this sanitary crisis and departures from the crisis that we're going on to find a new model. And I repeat my mantra and will end. We have to have a country that be at the same time economically prosperous and fair, politically democratic, because with a democracy, we cannot solve these problems, environmentally, sustainably, and culturally diverse. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Marina. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, Mercedes. It was an excellent panel, very rich, and I hope one day be able to repeat it within the Brazilian Forum, inviting the government. Many words I would like to include now, but I will be neutral without any, this is a neutral forum. We only insist on scientific evidence in governance and in the institution, and the strengthening of the institution. I put in the chat a link of a group of Telegram of the Brazilian Forum. I will leave it here for you, this invitation. We have a list of WhatsApp also that is quite loaded, but through Telegram we can increase this participation. All and any person is a member of the Brazilian Forum of Climate Change. There is no designation by decree. We made it like this. Whoever wants to participate, even if they're foreigners from any creed, race, anything, anyone, you can be a member of the Forum, Brazilian Forum for Climate Change. My acknowledgement, it was an excellent debate. I was dying to say a lot of things, but I'd be quiet because you're a moderator, and I thank you once again. I thank Harvard and MIT for this brilliant conference. I think it was very important to talk about Brazil within and outside Brazil, and since now I'm at to show all our energy to allow us to accomplish a good recovery of COVID, and also a good recovery also of our climate system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. and good acknowledge to Rosenburg that organized everything. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Olá. Seguindo com
Hi. Following our agenda about the environment, and we'll talk about Brazil, Power of Bioeconomy, the 7th edition of Brazil Conference, Harvard and MIT. I am Rosenberg Lopes Neto, and I am studying MBA in MIT. Brazil, the Power of Bioeconomy has the objective to give a space for discussion on different visions and stories about bioeconomy in Brazil and how the company can align their economical requirements and maintaining biodiversity. As speakers, we are honored to receive Gustavo Montezano, CEO of BNDES, and Carlos Nobre, researcher of the Instituto Avançado of USP. Our moderator, we had a last time change, but we're in good hands. I introduce Inaíta Kai Santos, and bioeconomy work for Amazon. Thank you very much to all of you for having accepted our invitation, as well as to the audience that's hearing us. I pass the floor to Inaíta to start our panel. Good evening. Be very welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel Brazil Power Bioeconomy. I'm Inaíta Santa. I will be with you in the moderation of this panel for the next hour. I will replace Renato Piazun. As Rosenberg has mentioned, Renato is the manager of the program Climate Change at PU Institute, a private organization without wanting to strengthen networks, organization projects that promote sustainability, and currently has the role of Secretariat for the Amazon. This movement started in 2020. Now, after almost a year, is made up of more than 200 leaders of different segments of Brazilian society with a common objective of divide the initiatives of sustainable development in the Amazon, increasing the impacts. For this, we look for institutions in Brazil and a plural and democratic debate towards sustainable development of the region. And I am co-leader of the group of bioeconomy of Concertação. This is a context that justifies the replacement of Renata today. On the panel, we'll have two great references for the debate of bioeconomy in Brazil. And fortunately, Andrea Bonillo had a connection problem, was not able to join us. We'll call Carlos and Gustavo to speak. But before this, in order to heat the discussion, we'd like to share a bit with you what motivated us to form a working group in bioeconomy in the Concertação. We noted that we had some problems with a lack of alignment in the concept in all the chats about bioeconomy. The subject was associated to production of biofuels and biomaterials, and also bioprospection and extractivism. This made it very difficult to advance in the discussion to implement projects. And to research these different visions and different interpretations and stories, we also identify tensions among them, tensions that are specifically relevant for the Amazon context. Why? Well, because most of the production of bioeconomy in the international community by influence of industrialized countries like Germany, Finland, United States, was motivated by the struggle against climate change through the replacement of raw material, fossil raw materials, replacing them by biomass. And then the production of biomass in large scale can be also a problem of deforestation and generate an opposite effect to what was desired. That was a reduction of greenhouse gases effect. This doesn't mean that we just consider totally the bioeconomy based on commodities, because these have, we have different Amazons. Part of Amazon has had their converted lands where they grow commodities nowadays. And we have one of the extremes. On the other extreme, we have the conserved forest, the intact forest. And among these two extremes, we notice that there are different possibilities to explore native and planted forests, very diverse forests, and with a combination with agriculture. And then in this context, I would like to bring a reference that was published last week with a very important published in the project Amazon 2030, a part of Concertação led by Saulo Kozlowski of the University of New York, and brings a great finding saying that although we have here in Brazil 30% of the tropical forests of the world, the participation of Brazil in this global market with compatible products of the forest like cocoa and pineapple and other products that are not so sophisticated is less than 0.5%. So the leaders of these segments in the global markets are countries that necessarily are countries that don't have a technological level better than Brazil. So I thought it was curious that this study had a lot of notification people that work in economy, but they don't talk about bioeconomy. They talked about mining and forest products, fishing. So this shows that we have different visions on what is this word, this concept. Once also, I spoke to a biochemical researcher talking about the composition of the seeds of acai that she needed to the extraction of a specific sugar. When we talk about only the production of acai, she said, for me, this is extractivism. This is not bioeconomy. So we saw that this is exactly what we saw, the requirement to have an alignment of bringing these different visions for a common reference. And we have tried this reference with like a framework of bioeconomy that deals with these different visions and interpretation.
Combustíveis, como bioetanol, biodiesel. A gente sabe
ethanol, biodiesel, and we know we have those different economies in Brazil and which need to be developed yet. And we have also this bioeconomy based on the intensive use of technology and also in biodiversity. And now I'll invite Carlos Nobre. Carlos Nobre, who is known of many of us following today, who has a degree in electronic engineering by the Air Force Aeronautic Technological Institute, with a postgraduate course from the MIT, and worked for the National Institute for Space Research, and occupied many positions in terms of coordination, policies. He was president of CAPI, Secretary of Policies and Programs for Research and Development for the Ministry of Technology, and currently is senior researcher of the Institute of Advanced Studies of the University of São Paulo, where he coordinates the project Amazon 4.0. Carlos, the floor is yours. Good evening, everyone. All of you who are watching, thank you very much for the invitation and for the choice of the theme. This is a very important theme for us to make progress, not only in terms of defining the concept of economy, but actually Brazil has every condition to lead a new model of bioeconomy, and that is what I would like to address, to focus on the Amazon. And why are we so concerned? Because the Amazon region, every data, the observation we are having of the Amazon, says that the Amazon is quite close to the tipping point. We are seeing every sign of savanization of the Amazon, a dry season, a longer dry season, smaller water recycling, loss of carbon. A fair amount of the forest does not absorb
carbon any longer. So these are clear signs that if we do not change the development model in the Amazon, it will become a savanna, a degraded savanna, and that we will lose 250 billion tons of CO2 sequestration, and we will not be able to comply with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So we need to save the Amazon. That is consensus. 95 from 97% of Brazilians want the preservation of the Amazon. So we need to find solutions, how to find a path of sustainability. And it is in that sense that we need to create a new bioeconomy. The vocation of the Amazon is for a circular bioeconomy with the forest kept there based on biodiversity. And I will show you some studies. And for some reason, acai was not included. Acai is the great product of this forest economy in the Amazon region. The agricultural census shows that per hectare, acai and cacao and nuts have a higher value than meat and soybeans. So the economic potential is gigantic. We need to make use of it, and so as to provide better social conditions and industrial employment. So there was a study carried by the University of Pará showing that acai has improved the lives of over 250,000 people in the Amazon region. They were all from class E who were extremely poor. They migrated to class D. And the city of Belém, there are already 4,000 industry jobs. They moved to class C and to class B. So it shows that by making use of the products of the forest with more industrialization, that is the way to go. That is the way to go for any country wanting to develop itself. There is no country with a middle class that is not an industrialized country. That is in that sense that we are developing the concept of the project Amazon 4.0, which is how to bring the modern technology, the 4.0 industry, to add value to the heart of the forest, how to bring bioindustry to the Amazon. So by means of industrialization, you have addition of value, better jobs, and you start to create a vibrant economy benefiting not only the Amazon, but Brazil as a whole. So how to add value to the forest projects, how to industrialize in the Amazon itself, especially in the Amazon, but regarding the Brazilian economy and the world economy as a whole, this potential of the forest products providing this technological innovation, 4.0 industry, and also, and unfortunately, but André is not here, the indigenous peoples, the peoples of the forest, they have this huge knowledge. They have a knowledge of forest products, which is much wider than ours. And we also need to unite to bring technologies, 4.0 technologies, aligning them to the knowledge of the forest peoples. So the strategy, I will quickly mention the strategy of this project, of this concept that we are trying to develop, Amazon 4.0, and with three sub-projects. And the first of them is in cooperation with the Biotech Amazonia. Biotech Amazonia is a social organization in the state of Pará, which also wants to bring a modern biotechnology, a bioecological, bioenvironmental, and different from biotechnological. The bioeconomy for the Amazon would be bioenvironmental, and biotech in the Amazon tries to develop this bioeconomy, which is bioecological, and we are partners. And those creative laboratories we're developing along with biotech, they are what they are, modern bio factories to train students and communities. We are already building the first one related to the cocoa supply chain, and we're trying to find resources to build the second one, which would be related to the nuts chain with 22 products. And the third one, the big potential of the 21st century, is the genomics, and genetic resources, the place with the highest number of animals, plants, and also the microorganisms is the Amazon. So we really have to develop, we have to know the genomic potential of this for this to become a great economic value to benefit the Amazon populations as well. So, and the second component of this project in being developed now is the Rainforest Business School. Something like the Sloan Business School, or in a forest economy school on how to develop the capacity of this new economy, a school that will train young students, train eco-entrepreneurs. And this project is being developed along with the Institute of High Studies and with the University of the State of Amazonas. And the first course began in March, an MBA on this new bioeconomy of the Amazon forest. And finally, we started now, precisely now, with the support of the Arapiu Institute, a pre-study, a feasibility study of what we're calling the Amazon Technological Institute, would be an MIT for the Amazon. We need to create in the Amazon a center for technological research of the level of the MIT. Why not? We need to have a will. Today, the world science is shared, and this project that we are developing, we are in a pre-study, a feasibility study. It is along with the MIT as well, a partnership. We really want to see how to develop in the Amazon itself a center, a research center that may train and people in every area related to this bioeconomy and to supply this capacity. This is the Pan-Amazonic project for the moment, led by Brazil. So to conclude, in order to not exceed my time, I think that in a symbolic manner, what we want to do in Brazil is something that perhaps we never did before. We have already led several created industries which today are very competitive, like, for example, the aeronautic industry based on the ITA, and also Embrapa contributed to the creation of modern agricultural business, even though the not modern agricultural business is mainly responsible for the illegal deforestation and for the organized crime that is the vector for deforestation. But Embrapa created an agriculture, and a modern agriculture and livestock. So this idea of in MIT in the Amazon, an Amazon Technology Institute is that. And we are working on that feasibility study, and we expect to conclude the study, and who knows, really we have government support and private support to create an institute of the level of the MIT for the Amazon. So I must wrap up by saying that the novelty is to create something that you don't find in a tropical country, which is a huge challenge, but we need to be brave, have courage, and unite the Amazon countries with innovative global science and technology. And it is interesting to have in the Harvard MIT event in terms of innovation, industries, and solutions for several problems. So, and a disruptive name would be to create the biodiversity Silicon Valley, something like that. something as disruptive as this Silicon Valley for the conductor industry. We should create a Silicon Valley to preserve the forest, its biodiversity, restore a fair amount of the deforested area. We can have an agricultural business in the Amazon 5 times more productive and release an immense area for regeneration, providing ecosystemic services as important as the one that President Joe Biden is preaching about, for Brazil to become a sequestration place for carbon, and which might benefit every Amazon population, both rural and urban. With this difficult combination, we can science, technology, innovation, and the knowledge of the peoples of the forest. This is my message. Thank you very much. So very interesting. I think it is really a shame not to have André here to be part of this panel and to share his views of the traditional peoples and their contribution to the progress of knowledge. And André mentions that their pharmacy is the forest and their shopping mall is the forest as well. And there you have what Zeca Martins mentioned in one of the latest episodes of his episode, which is the cultural GPS. They know where to find the species which are relevant to that can be relevant to the human health, to the pharmaceutical industry, and making a link with André's absence. But now I'd like to pass the floor to Gustavo. And Gustavo is a master in economy by the ABMEC, and he has a mechanical engineering degree by the Military Institute of Engineering. And today he is chair of the National Bank for Economic and Social Development. Gustavo, now you can share what is the view of the BNDES to promote the bioeconomy agenda, what you have done in the past months, so we can really leverage this potential in Brazil.
Boa noite, Professor Carlos. Prazer estar aqui.
Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you discussing this theme, and I thank MIT Harvard for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here taking part in this forum and such a relevant theme. And before I address the context of BNDES specifically, I like to make a preamble ratifying and agreeing with what the professor said that the moment is now. And we'll soon leave this crisis, we all hope so, in Brazil and the world, with aspects that were transformational ones. Our social inequality increased, that is true in every developing country. Our fiscal tax space is tighter now because of everything we had to invest. On the other hand, what we notice, which is notorious, and any debate table will show this, is that our natural capital, speaking lato sensu, is also more valued than ever. So ever more, we come close to a moment when the world will value an asset that for several centuries we were able to preserve. And this is an asset that we accumulated throughout the centuries. We preserved it, and the turning point is coming when the world will start to give price to financial assets and real assets, and this a hidden value that we have in our forests, specifically in the Amazon. And the BNDES has a component, has a history very much related to the theme, because since 1991, the bank has a sustainability department. It is not by chance that this was founded a year before the Rio Eco 92 event, and we learned a lot about the theme. So the bank has unique experience in Brazil and the world, given that the Amazon is an asset of those who are close. You need to be there to understand it. So, and this history, this background brought apprenticeship to the bank. It provided experience. And we have one thing certain, that Brazil has every condition and possibility to lead the technological race for green finance, and this encompassing not only bioeconomy, but something broader, which we call green finance. Besides this natural capital we have a developed financial market, a creative financial market, the rule of law that works in Brazil compared to emerging countries. And we have a technological development spirit, which is also respected. And we also have a DNA of ours in terms of knowing how to deal with nature, having powerful agriculture and having this capital preserved, and that peoples of the forest now know how to interact with that. They managed to understand the value of what the professor mentioned. But this point, this global problem that was mentioned here, a problem that the whole world discusses, certainly has a local answer. The question is global, but the answer is no doubt local. And that is why I say the challenge of mobilization is important. The mobilization of resources is important. It is relevant. The famous fundraising, be it public, private, or hybrid. But one thing we learned throughout the 30 years, the big challenge we face for making bioeconomy work in Brazil and become the power of green finance is that of allocation, acknowledging the reality to be there. Obviously, São Paulo, Boston, New York, London can and help, but the solution, the response to this question on how to make bioeconomy economically sustainable has to do with what we call the entrepreneur of the sustainable forest. The professor mentioned the peoples of the forest, and a fair amount of those people, of these inhabitants who are there, who know that region, have what we call the sustainable entrepreneur. So we need to support through the academia and financial resources, technical support, the sustainable forest entrepreneur. We need to be there to understand the reality and see the opportunities we have for business. For several years, we again,
através do meio público. Isso é sim.
We betted on the preservation of the Amazon by means of the public realm. We have the academic knowledge, but we need to develop the private economy, the entrepreneur of the sustainable forest. He is the one who will generate resources, income, who make this self-sustainable. And it is only by this tripod, economy, social, and it is that it will become. And how does the BNDES see its support from now on? By creating instruments, helping to articulate investment opportunity, articulating with the public power. So
Vejam o BNDES não só como uma entidade com grande volume financeiro para aportar na região. E fazendo jus ao meia-culpa aqui de todo o setor bancário brasileiro, a gente negligenciou por anos e anos a região e como operar nela. Isso é algo que não só o BNDES, mas todo o setor bancário hoje reconhece, e a gente tem que mudar a forma de ver o valor desse capital natural. E, por outro lado, a inovação, criação, desenvolvimento de produtos, esse é o grande desafio. Então, por favor, usem o BNDES como um hub, como um veículo para debater, criar, inovar. O banco tem muita informação, tem muito conhecimento, tem uma capacidade de articulação e de gravitacionar em seu retorno, em seu entorno, única. Não conheço nenhuma instituição no Brasil ou no mundo capaz de fazer isso com tamanha força. Então, use o BNDES não como que está alguém ali para competir por market share, isso é coisa do passado. O BNDES hoje não está preocupado com market share, está preocupado com impacto, está preocupado em colaborar. Então, alunos de MIT, Harvard, quem está nos assistindo, usem o BNDES como um parceiro para criar e inovar no que tange não só a bioeconomia, mas todo o tema de finanças verdes, porque a gente tem a oportunidade e o dever de usar essa nossa potência nacional. E falando um pouco de instrumentos financeiros especificamente, a nossa grande aposta que a gente vê que é um veículo ou veículos que podem efetivamente irrigar o fluxo financeiro para a região são através de mecanismos de blended finance. Por muitos e muitos anos, a gente separou o capital público ou o capital de filantropia do capital for profit. E a verdade é que trabalhando de forma isolada e compartimentada, a gente não maximiza o potencial. Então, seja através de garantias de crédito, fundos híbridos, pagamento de serviços ambientais, qualquer tipo de instrumento híbrido, ele é o mais adequado para aquela região. E é nisso que a gente trabalha, juntando capital grant, non-profit, philanthropy, com capital for profit. Isso ainda é inovador, pouco disso se faz no mundo na escala necessária, mas isso aí, feito da forma correta, aplicado com quem conhece a região, pode definitivamente mudar os rumos da bioeconomia da Amazônia. E quando a gente fala em montantes financeiros, em bilhões de dólares, no que tange a bioeconomia, novamente, a dificuldade é a alocação, é a última milha. O que a gente percebe de muitas empresas que hoje, mais do que nunca, estão preocupadas e querendo participar dessa região, é uma certa dificuldade de dar o primeiro passo, seja por questões reputacionais, ou seja porque muitas vezes, para as blue chips, os notionals investidos na Amazônia, na bioeconomia, são pequenos, então tornam-se financeiramente pouco atraentes. Por isso que o blended finance e uma tomada de risco maior, seja dos executivos, das empresas, para participar da região, pode definitivamente mudar os rumos. E a boa notícia, professor, é que mais do que nunca, ao longo dos últimos 12 meses, nossos clientes corporativos querem participar dessa temática. Todo mundo aprendendo a fazer, mas eu asseguro, o mercado corporativo e o financeiro brasileiros estão super engajados, como nunca estiveram.
And we're very engaged in everything that has been done in this equation. So I end my initial word. Thank you once again for the invitation.
Excelente, Gustavo. Suas palavras soaram
Excellent. Your words look like music for my hearing. So we are here organizing an event that will be held in June, thinking about innovation and investment for bioeconomy in the Amazon. This is exactly what you were talking about, how we can think about thinking about the diversity of business models that can exist among two extremes in the spectrum of agroforest and other pure agriculture. And I think it has everything to do with this event that we're organizing. And I gave an invitation out to the team of the NDES and also to other organizations to think about the content of the chats, because exactly this is what we're looking for, to mobilize resources, connect the ends, because what we hear a lot that we don't lack resources. What we need is to have the ends connected at the same time. We're talking about natural capital value. We also heard a lot about temporal dimension. The financial sector has favored returns of short term in the Amazon. We have to think in other periods. Short periods is not the same short period of the Southeast. Things take a long time to give a return. In this sense, we have blended finance, this composition of resources, public, private, and I would like to return to a content that I've heard also in this podcast. Zeca Martins, he gave an interview with Juan Carlos Castillo Arruda. He is an entrepreneur that understands very well our technological application. The episode from NASA to the Amazon, you can think, I think Carlos Nobre knows about this, and they speak about this power of genoma. And also, we always highlighting the assets, and the biological assets, and also the liabilities. Very opportunic now, thinking about this during the pandemic. And genomic spacing that we should be doing now, not only in Brazil, but all the countries in the Amazon, because the value is not in a set of species, but in the biome as a whole. He talks about a model of a fund of the United States, and his suggestion would be to have a fund with about $50 million to have a team of scientists, engineers, of state-of-the-art, give the resource for them to try to think and make a basic science, but also thinking about the applications. And from this, we could result, for example, projects related to vaccines, drugs, also medication, that we're seeing this every day in the news, but also for the production of products that they call bio-X, that would be biopesticides, herbicides, and products that could be applied in agriculture, in the agribusiness. And for me, it's very clear the connection between different bioeconomies. That's why we insisted in having this increased look in the framework with which we're working in. So we see we have a lot of opportunities that could be explored. Agribusiness can be benefited, yes, of these researches with the forest. Carlos, I would like to know your opinion about this proposal that Juan Carlos is bringing, creating a fund and having a team. You talked about the rainforest business pool, having a lot of minds thinking of solutions for us to start with bioeconomy. Do you think it's an idea, a feasible idea? Are you enthusiastic about this? Which would be your critical vision on this proposal? Your mic is muted. In first place, I should tell you that 2016, I wrote, and one of the authors was Juan Carlos, paper. There was a paper that proposed this idea to have a third path for the Amazon with all this power, genomic and genetics. So Juan Carlos was part of the creation of this original idea. One of the labs that we designed, the design is ready. We're just looking for the funding. Is a genomic lab. It's a lab that you take to the Amazon, to the forest, and you have a genomic sequencing of any species, even of microorganisms. I think the power, the genetic power of the Amazon is huge. It's very little explored. So to create a fund where you have scientists, where you have future entrepreneurs, that you have great companies that will be able to transform the economical value and social value of biodiversity in the Amazon is very important. $50 million is very little. Let's think about having a greater one. And what Juan Carlos is talking about is our project of MIT in the Amazon. We want to develop the Pan-Amazonic, and not only Brazil, but we have the condition of leading this technology institute like MIT that has all these labs, all the capability for innovation, for discoveries and transformation of bioproducts for application in all the areas. Drugs, medication is more complex and difficult to transform a drug medication that you discover in the nature in a medication. It takes a long time. It can take about 5 to 10 years, so it's not very easy. But this is a way. The power of bioproducts and many other areas is gigantic. The president of BNDES has mentioned this. We have to lead this. This is innovation. This doesn't exist. We have to lead this and bring science and technology of state-of-the-art together with the traditional knowledge that are huge. And this combination is still not held in any place of the world with success. It's an enormous challenge. Also, to combine traditional knowledge made in indigenous people with advanced science, and we discovered a great number of new products of biodiversity. This is an idea that has to be held and followed. I think a blended funding that Gustavo mentioned is an idea, an excellent idea, and we have to find this funding. I would love to have an MIT of the Amazon. It could take some years, because then we could be able to find solutions every month, every year, in a great number of new products and solution, new knowledge, and this would bring a greater economy for Amazon, the Pan-Amazon, not only Brazil, an economy that would benefit all the countries of the Amazon. I'm trying to link this with what Gustavo said, and we can count on with BNDES in this. We talked about a fiscal space reduced, and we know all the difficulties to work with public resources. I'm thinking we should have international cooperation in this, to also have resources coming from other countries in this regional effort. If eventually there will be space to work, OTCA, the organization, Amazon Treaty Cooperation. I don't know if BNDES has thought about a possibility regarding this, Gustavo. Surely all and any resources with the focus and the impact and sustainable is very welcome, naturally respecting the sovereignty of our country, of our Brazil. But I repeat, mobilization of resources is very relevant, yes. It has a power of change, yes. But the greatest challenge that we have is the knowledge, the application, and the development of the last mile. The entrepreneur that has the wheel turn around economically and sustainable. This was mentioned, this exists, it's not a fantasy, this exists. So I appreciate to be included in the panel with Professor Carlos. He brings the academic vision to have an MIT develop technology, and I agree 200% with this potential. But the second arm after this is to have entrepreneurs, to have something sustainable that will get this knowledge and will monetize, will scale up, and make the population and the people of the region to have a financial resource return and social return. So a challenge is to know and to start and to be in the last mile. So we're having this MIT Harvard event. Go to the Amazon and know the reality and debate there with people, because the reality, a person from Rio de Janeiro, we could never have understood until going there locally and see how things work there. Distances, time, sanitation. People don't have sanitation, difficulty in education, health, some places very specific. So to know, learn about the reality. That's why the idea of the professor to have an MIT instead of having Silicon Valley, to have a rainforest valley, bring Wall Street of Faria Lima brains and spend some time there. I think many good ideas would flourish. And any kind of capital, public, national, international, the demand exists, and to know the last mile. Can I give an additional comment to what Gustavo has mentioned? I studied in MIT. I graduated in a PhD in 1982. I had 2 post-graduation offers and 2 offers for a job. I was a bachelor. I could stay in the United States. I could remain there until today. I would be one more of thousands of scientists that live in the United States. My decision of coming back to Brazil was the best decision that I took in my life. I want to reiterate what Gustavo has said and give this challenge to all the MIT and Harvard students, not only Brazilian ones. All the students want to come and help us to face this challenge. to develop this new economy, that needs a lot of knowledge and a lot of entrepreneurship, eco-entrepreneurship. I give this challenge to all the students of Harvard and MIT, mainly from the Amazon, to come here and to help to lead this new bioeconomy. Perfect. We have another panel after this one, so I think we have to go now to the closure of this one, but I don't want to end before asking for you to give briefly what you have in mind as a vision for bioeconomy for Brazil in 2035. Very briefly, please, 1 minute. Carlos, you want to start? 2035. The Amazon forest with a new bioeconomy, biomolecules, bioproducts, industrialization. It will generate an economy in the Amazon that will be at least 10 times greater than the current economy in the Amazon. Gustavo, which is your vision for 2035? 2035, I think we will precify and negotiate not only the financial money, but also three-dimensional and social and environmental money. It will be a tri-dimensional currency. My dream is the sum of the students that are hearing us be co-millionaires or billionaires as social environmental millionaires of the Amazon. You have time. The time is now, as the professor said. Just risk and have the courage to go there and become an environmental billionaire in 2035. There is opportunity. Good luck to whoever is the candidate. Great. I think these are great messages to end this panel. I thank very much all the organizers of this invitation for the opening, Carlos, Gustavo, for being with us here until now. And I wish you a great event because we still have another one. Good evening.
Boa noite, pessoal.
Good evening. How are you? I'm João Ferraz, co-CEO of Brazil Conference 2021. It's a great pleasure to be ending our third day of conference, mainly with a keynote so special as Senator Jacques Wagner. Jacques Wagner is a Brazilian politician affiliated to the Workers' Party. He was a governor of Bahia from 2007 to 2014, head of the Civil House from 2015 to 2016. 2018, he was elected senator by Bahia. And this will be the last panel this Tuesday, or third day of conference. So let's start. Thank you very much. Jacques, I pass the floor to you. Can I start? Yes. Can we start? Okay, first, I would like to give a good evening to all of you. I was talking to João Ferraz, who I would like to greet, and I would like to greet all the organizers of the Brazil Conference 2021, Harvard and MIT, and all the students, professors of the institutions. And I imagine you must be very tired. People there are working for more than 12 hours. But I believe that this fermentation, mainly in a university environment, I consider extremely positive. I started working in politics in the Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, where I studied until 1973 engineering. And I think the environment of university is that it. We go to sleep very tired, but we go to sleep very satisfied with everything that we have accomplished, with ideas that is proper of a university environment. I would like to congratulate all of you in both institutions, and also to thank the invitation that talk about a subject, the issue of the environment. I just being part of the Environment Commission in the Senate. I was vice president for the first 2 years, 2019 and 2020. I was work with AG president from Espírito Santo, and I would like to contribute for your ideas also. I want to just speak firstly because I believe mainly for you, the youth, I'm just celebrated 70 years of age, but all of you, I think it's very important for you to foresee a very balanced socially and environmentally world, economically also, a world that will ensure future generations. And I think the basic element for to attain this, to understand that in democracy, there's not your own truth. There's no absolute truth. The truth of democracy, in my opinion at least, is that the one that you build and progressive and successive consensus as of different ideas. Democracy doesn't have any importance if everybody thought the same, but it's very important among the diversity of the thinking. We have to have a unity in the purpose of building a planet that is more cozy and for everybody. Internally, the team that helped me to build my chat here, we baptized this chat like the building of ecological generation in Brazil. And it's obvious we refer to your generation that is more and more responsible for the intelligence and the command of companies or institutions or government. And I think that it's fundamental for us to have always this support, the difference between the poison and the drug is the posology. So in my opinion, we have open minds without dogmas, without sectarisms, without wanting to build dichotomy and also build new ideas. I think is fundamental. Obviously, I say all this because I think Brazil at this moment in the society of Brazil, we are suffering exactly of this virus of fanatism, kind of conflicts that, in my opinion, won't take Brazilian society to any place at all. So I think what we need to have the peace of democracy and to reach common sense. I started saying today we're going through a historical tragedy that affects all of us, and I show my solidarity to more than 350,000 families that are grieving now in Brazil. And unfortunately, today we're under 4,000 deaths of COVID, but we have overcome 350,000 deaths. And I'm praying for us to reach vaccines and maintain social distancing for us to have less contamination and decrease the curve of contamination and deaths. And we also have, besides this sanitary drama, a social drama, a fiscal drama, an economical drama that I mentioned this in the image of 20 million of Brazilians that are jobless and without any productive activity that will give them a minimum resources for life. Many people live with an emergency benefit of 600. Now they approved one of 150 reais. I continue defending 600 reais for the emergency benefit. And here is another difference. Obviously, the liberalism is part of modern thinking, but liberalism that is applied in Brazil, in my opinion, is a liberalism that is orthodox, is a liberalism that is dogmatic, that is not able to have a good sense of in finding a level of fiscal responsibility that is necessary. And I'm very at ease to say this. I am from the PT. I governed 8 years, Bahia. Now we have another governor of the PT, the Workers' Party. And we are the second stage in Brazil after São Paulo with our finance that are balanced, because I think that's the way it has to be. But in a moment of pandemics and of such problems, so many problems that we're going through with the arrival of this pandemic, I think we have to modulate this. So it's not to say no to fiscal responsibility, but in my opinion, the responsibility with human beings and with life is greater than the responsibility with the fiscal. Because you're from the left wing. The whole world is saying this. The whole world is saying this. The time has come now to help people that are unemployed and help these people to overcome the pandemics. We're going to overcome the pandemics, of course. Afterwards, we will have to have some measures to increase the solution. When we have a flood, we try to rescue the children. Then you will try to fix the house. That's why I think dogmatically it's terrible to say I cannot have an investment in science and technology and homes and try to look for the recovery of the economy. When we're talking about environmental issue, I think this is worse. Of course, you are following what is happening in Brazil. And the vision of who is managing the country is a denial vision. He denies and doesn't recognize the importance that the whole world is recognizing with the environmental issues. So this makes it difficult for us to retake our growth. We have economical crisis that existed before the pandemic and worsened. We have a climate emergency that is presented in Brazil where 26% of our soil, this reference of biodiversity, is all burnt because of a draft of the heat and the floods in Minas Gerais and the cyclones in Santa Catarina. We have a record of deforestation in 2020, was the greatest one in the last 12 years, and fires 26% of the Pantanal in 2020. In this difficult environment, where the whole world, being in the United States, when you're talking about the New Deal in China, when they talk about the civilization of ecology in Europe, which everybody is concerned with matrix change for electrical cars, we are here with a disassemble of inspection structures and dismantling of the Environment Ministry. Now, for 2021, we have the greatest loss in the last years. 2021, we have 3.2 billion. To 2017, 4.2 billion. For 2021, 1.7 billion of reais for investors. So this half of what we have 20 years ago. This climate change is a crisis of the crisis, and that's why I want to insist.
It is not about being liberal or not. Well-intentioned and the commonsensical liberals know we need to coexist in this planet, and there's no dichotomy between preservation of the environment and development and economic growth. That is the false opposition that the opponents of the environment preach. We have two enemies of the environment, I say. The fanatics of the cutting down the forest, of the deforestation, and who think that everything is worth when there's money, and those who are the fundamentalists of conservation, who think everything is untouchable. Certain things are untouchable, so Abrolhos is untouchable, but what we have left of the Atlantic forest is untouchable, but it does not mean we cannot produce and develop in the planet. We have examples such as that of Holland, which is the second biggest producer of food, which saves money with technology. It saves 90% of the utilization of water with technology, producing at such a high level, in spite of it being a small country. It is the second largest producer of food. So that crisis, as I said, is the crisis of crisis as far as I see, and the development can only take place with the forests, preserving the forests. And there is also positive things happening regarding the environment. We approved now in March. I was proud to be the rapporteur and the author of this amendment. Was a consequence of the Forum of Water that took place in Brasilia. And now we approved it in the Senate, and now we need to approve it, pass it in the lower house of Congress. And it says that water is an essential right. It is a proclamation, but it elevates the level of responsibility of the public agents regarding the offer of drinkable, potable water for people. So I am very proud, as in my term as governor of Bahia was a period of highest investment in Embasa, which was the water utility in terms of taking water to the hinterland. So it is good to see people who are 40, 50 years of age who for the first time have running water and having a shower at home. And then in Congress, they sanctioned a law on the payment for environmental services, which inserts Brazil in the modalities that can generate income by means of preserving the biome. And also we approved the law of dike safety as well. But we only do this after the environmental disasters we had in Mariana and Brumadinho when levees, dams broke. What do I call the national agenda for construction of ecological generation? Science is showing us that the moment to act for this generation is now. The whole world is trying to reach the targets of the Paris Agreement. The United States will invest $2 trillion in 10 years, Europe 1 trillion euros in 10 years, and China $15 trillion until 2050. So only to take the example of the United States, obviously it is an economy which is larger than ours. They divide 2 trillion by 10 years, you have $200 billion a year. So $200 billion a year
rate of now is 1,150,000 real. It is almost the budget of the country. The budget of the country is around 1.5 trillion real. So the resources will come mostly from governments, from the public sector. And I would like to provide examples that the Americans know, certainly you know, is that much of the technological innovation was generated and funded by public budgets. An example of this in the United States is that of DARPA, the Agency for Projects and Advanced Research. And it was a public investment in technology in the United States. Now the Americans created ARPA-E to invest precisely in the development energy, which is the big challenge we're having all over the world. Of course, our energy matrix is one of the best in the world, but the fact that we have this energy matrix and this biodiversity does not mean we can and must relax. And we have good examples of this, of our Brazilian capacity from the viewpoint of technology. Embrapa is a beautiful example. When we export technology, we export to Africa, to countries which are in more need, the Brazil, which depend on this technology to develop their farming, and Embraer itself, that has to do with its leadership in construction of airplanes, made an agreement with American company, then did the agreement. And now, anyway, it gains market with its products. I was Minister of Defense for 10 months during the administration of former President Dilma, and obviously we saw this. Embraer was essential in the partnership we're establishing with Sweden, with the new jet planes, warplanes, and with transfers of technology. And we have examples such as that of Holland, which became the second biggest exporter of agricultural projects and several kinds of products. So we need a plan that places the human being in harmony with nature. A human being historically was always in harmony with nature. I must say that it is a view, I find some kind of predatory view, only wanting to do things, thinking about the current moment. So this led to the escalation of global warming and of the destruction of nature. I insist, and I was governor for 8 years, we made innovations such as new endeavors of low impact. We invented the self-licensing, like when we declare the income tax. Obviously, if you do it wrong, there will be inspection to punish you. We did, as I said, for a new endeavors of low impact, practically the self-licensing, which was fiscalized by the control entities of the state of Bahia. So my idea now in this mandate of 2 years ahead of the Environment Commission is to transform that house, this political space, in a place for consultation of players of the civil society in order to develop a legislative agenda for the construction of the ecological environmental generation in Brazil. And I was glad to be invited to this event because I had a meeting with the ambassador of the European Union here in Brazil. We had a meeting with the Chinese embassy here in Brazil. So on the 15th, so the day after tomorrow, we will have a meeting with congressmen from the United States and from Brazil, congressmen and senators, precisely to make the exchange, because there will be a conference, a virtual conference now in mid-April, 24th of April. So what we want is to exchange ideas and make the parliament, the legislators, also to follow and to oversee what the executive branch of power is doing in this area. Therefore, my idea is that we can transform the Environment Commission as a kind of for breaking prejudice. We will now evolve if we have prejudice, again, both either with economic development or with the necessary preservation of the environment. Our basis of work is we created a subcommission for sustainable development. We called it the Great Impulse for Sustainability, which is the CEPAL base with this tripod, which is social, economic, and environmental sustainability. I like to insist that the biggest force of strength the human being has is his survival instinct. So we cannot talk about preservation of the planet if we do not mention social sustainability. So greed is predatory, and extreme poverty and exclusion are also predatory. Now we have people who are cooking with wood in Brazil because of how expensive gas is. So, and the emergency help was voted with to grant 150 real, and a gas cylinder is costing 100 real. So our challenge is to create a plan that where that should put the welfare and the care of nature as a central axis for environmental generation, and in order to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases at the same time that we create income and employment. And tomorrow at 9 a.m., the government of Bahia will be signing with a German NGO with the agreement for monitoring the greenhouse gases in the state of Bahia, precisely to locate where we have the highest volume of emission of such gases and try to obviously establish a plan for reducing these emissions. Our idea is to strengthen the productive and competitive capacity of the country, considering the new green paradigm. And as far as we see, it is not enough to only change the combustion car, fuel car for the electrical car. So the electrical car, for it to be expanded in Brazil, will require a network of stations for recharging. So the network of stations will certainly be private, but who will extend this energy network for the recharge of these batteries? This is public investment in order to precisely leverage this development of a model of transport that will be more correctly from the viewpoint of the environment. It is important to create a long-term plan and not only emergency measures, but consider for innovation, development, and research. And the same thing I mentioned about the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Science and Technology is completely dismantled from the viewpoint of its budget without money to invest and to leverage research in Brazil. The CNPq is one of the examples, and it was reduced. They had their budget reduced. With the creation of national capacity, we will be able to transform the green to provide green transformation for the benefit of our population. We need to protect our biodiversity, which is the biggest in the world. We need to bring to zero the deforestation and especially the illegal burning of the forest, as we have unfortunately in the Amazon. Promote sustainable and scalable agriculture and interconnected with the green cities. Promote a generation of renewable energy, which we have very much in the Northeast. We work very much here in Bahia and Rio Grande do Norte and Ceará with wind energy and solar energy, and the development of this has brought the rescue of citizenship in several regions of the state. For example, the semi-arid, the semi-dry, there's a difficulty of production. In the case of Bahia, we have favorable winds, and many times the farmer, the small farmer, the peasant farmer, rents for the installation of 2-3 towers, part of his land, and this provides him income, and this supplements his farming work. And we need to innovate in electromobility, green chemistry, basic sewage disposal, and other areas in Bahia. We still have many garbage landfills, and we need to build. Our idea is to make consortiums in the area, as in the area of health and infrastructure, precisely because each small municipality of, let's say, 20-30,000 inhabitants has no capacity to manage a landfill. But if you make a consortium, you can build one landfill, and actually through investment of the government, you can share the expenditures of maintenance between several municipalities who make use of that. To electrify the vehicle fleet, that is possible. There's a city in China, which is Shenzhen, where you have 15 million inhabitants, actually, population of the state of Bahia, and there you don't have a single taxi cab or a bus of the public fleet that is even hybrid. They're all completely electrical. And you know that the BIT, which is Chinese battery manufacturing company, and they already have batteries that last hundreds of hours or thousands of hours. So all the public transportation there is funded. It requires electromobility. We need to make the classification regulation of the carbon credit markets, and we need to outline the parameters for the bioeconomy and provide transparency and security to investors. This is a problem of Brazil at this moment. I would say that the instability of the current administration, the instability, legal instability, the war between our institutions and between the branches of power ends up to creating a lack of trust. We just lost, Ford just left Brazil, and it is a drama for us. We are discussing with Ford to see what are the compensations they need to pay the state and to the federation. Obviously, the reasons are not only related to this lack of stability, but there is no doubt that in an environment of legal instability does not encourage anyone to stay in Brazil and to invest and mobilizing capital money. We know that there is the hydrogen market, a potential of $420 million in the world. Will we get ready or not? So with this escape of investment technology, will we only become suppliers, be the barn of the world? It is the an area where we have technology, where we develop well, in spite of the authorizations of several pesticides that took place in the past 2 years. Many of them were totally prohibited. I think the pandemic will change the standard of consumer standard, because the population throughout the world, especially the youth, as you are, who are going to university, taking MBAs and several other courses, investment in yourselves in the area of knowledge. As far as I see, we are changing the consumer habits, food consumption habits, because the pandemic ended up making us value things that certainly are more important than the clothing or the latest model car. But and there's no doubt that a handshake, a hug, a friendship, listening to music, being with your friends, we start to feel the importance of such things. So I think that Brazil is big in its biodiversity. It is spectacular in terms of the creativity of our people. And I'm proud, as a governor here in Bahia, I would hear from Ford or from BASF in Germany. They would say that the best productivity we have in the world is the productivity we have in Camaçari and Bahia. To give you an example, Ford closed their factory here, but they kept 1,000 engineers and project designers are still working in their Camaçari factory precisely because of the potential, their potential they have. So we have the potential. So it is necessary for the public investment to pull this development, showing that walking the whole path that the whole world is investing in terms of ecological generation in Brazil. Investment will be made, especially in the north and northeast region, because those are areas of higher degree of preservation, which have a potential for larger preservation. And as far as I see, this is a transition construction that has to shape the future of the country, even by reducing inequality. I want to insist in the concept of CEPAL. There is no environmental sustainability if there is no economic sustainability. Obviously, investment there has to be return to investment. We need to have fiscal responsibility, but we need to balance fiscal, environmental, social responsibility. Otherwise, I don't think we will build the world and the country we want. And given that tragedy of the Brazilian recent history, I believe we have an opportunity to take advantage of our natural resources and start the transition, the construction towards this model I mentioned, which is that of an ecological, environmental Brazil, a society that respects the environment. And I don't think that is only a program. That is why I find important this discussion of ours. I know you had a long day of work. Marina Silva came here, another former Minister of the Environment came here as well, and several people thinking about the full development of the country. So this is a process of convincing. It is will not be through war that will preserve the environment. It will be by constructing a hegemony, demonstrating people that it is not good to think only about the immediate interest of business. Things have to be balanced, and I find that possible, as was demonstrated by several countries in the world. I know this is the moment to develop this ecological generation in Brazil. Therefore, I think this debate has to reach the universities, the media, science, economy, real economy, and this is being debated. And I even think that I had experience as governor in terms of bringing water to the hinterland and talking about preservation. It is impressive how the youth is passionate about this subject. And the people who live in the countryside, they have a bond with nature that those who are born in the big town lack. So to bring technology to improve production, to know how you have production without degradation, and agroecology is something that is growing ever more. Organic products, this is a market that grows ever more. I know there is fast food, but I prefer the tranquil and slow food, because this guarantees more time of life. I lost my mother 1 year ago, with 96 years old. She was totally lucid. Therefore, I think that health is what is related to what we eat. Therefore, the least junk food we eat, the better.
Com 47 anos, já tenho neto, já tenho 7 netos. Então, a experiência também pode valer alguma coisa, além de aqui no Brasil a idade está valendo.
Experience also is very important, because age also is very important for us to be vaccinated. I already took the first dose and I'm waiting a little bit more. So you have to stay a little bit more in line to have your vaccination. What I wish, I intend as the president of the Commission of Environment, I would be at your disposal, not only for this conference, but to have an exchange, to build bridges, and to this Commission of Environment has to be a tool to hold this dialogue between social players and to build this plan that I mentioned of ecological Brazil, of ecological generation in Brazil. So I would like to end now. I don't know if I kept my time that I was offered, but once again, I want to congratulate. I participated once again of an event like this one, thinking about Brazil in the Oxford University in another time. And I am very happy. I thank very much you having invited me mainly for this environmental subject that is something that is more and more present in my life, because effectively I consider that it's impossible for us to continue lack of certainty only with a focus in business and only with a focus in economical growth without thinking and all the other approaches. I'm only here because I believe in the dialogue. I don't like people that are dogmatic because you cannot talk to them. When you're a fundamentalist, you cannot talk because they don't hear you. I always joke with people that if God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, it's because recommending us, hear double what you speak. Surely you will speak with more consistency. Thank you very much to all of you. Good work. I know you're going until Saturday, and I hope that this journey, our Brazil conference, MIT and Harvard 2021, will be very productive for you all. Thank you and good evening.
Boa noite, Brasil. Passamos o dia inteiro na maior agenda do Brasil Conference até hoje, de domingo até essa terça-feira, estamos no 3º dia. Para quem chegou agora, ou para quem foi no meio do evento e ainda não me conhece, meu nome é Hector Guzmão, sou CEO e co-fundador aqui da Fábrica de Startups. Queria agradecer a presença de todos aqui ao longo do dia e queria até parabenizar toda a produção da Brasil Conference, porque que dia incrível! A gente discutiu temas mais relevantes possíveis sobre o Brasil, no aspecto de agricultura, de meio ambiente, de biotecnologia. A gente falou sobre investimento, ou seja, foi um dia repleto, e vocês, de novo, podem com certeza ver no YouTube esse vídeo, para quem não pôde assistir o dia inteiro e, obviamente, compartilhar com todos os seus amigos. Eu tenho aqui alguns avisos só ao longo de todo o dia para dar para vocês, são 2. A gente trabalha toda a transmissão ao vivo. É claro que na transmissão ao vivo a gente tem alguns problemas técnicos. E a gente teve 2 hoje que eu queria alinhar com vocês como que vai acontecer. A gente teve um problema na transmissão. Então a gente vai subir um novo vídeo no YouTube. Então fiquem tranquilos que vocês vão ter acesso a todo o dia de hoje quando a gente subir esse novo vídeo. Isso deve acontecer até amanhã de manhã. Então não fiquem tranquilos, acessem o YouTube a partir de amanhã e vocês verão o resultado de toda a programação que aconteceu. Já tem uma parte da programação que foi a partir das 16h30 para frente, no dia de hoje, mas o que aconteceu antes das 16h30, novamente a gente vai subir a parte até amanhã. Okay? Essa é a primeira explicação. A segunda explicação, nós tivemos a fala final de um painel incrível que foi de matriz energética. A fala final foi o ministro Bento Albuquerque. Infelizmente, nós perdemos, mas a produção aqui conseguiu gravar. E eu vou pedir para que elas passem, para que vocês vejam como que foi encerrado este painel tão importante sobre matriz energética, que, novamente, a gente vai ter carregado a partir de amanhã nesse vídeo completo.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear anything. Everybody's speaking at the same time.
Compartilhar com todos os seus amigos interessados sobre esse painel, ok?
Your friends interested in this panel.
Então, assistam a despedida, as palavras finais do senhor ministro Bento Albuquerque no primeiro painel que nós tivemos hoje de matriz energética.
Ministro, pode encerrar então com a sua fala e a gente vai colocar.
Minister.
Fiquei feliz agora.
Okay, I'm happy now.
Eu fiquei feliz também, Lavínia, e vou tentar começar de novo. Né? Mas eu vou falar primeiramente sobre o hidrogênio. O hidrogênio realmente terá um papel
Hydrogen will have a very important role, not only in energy production,
no mundo.
But
o Brasil, além de todas as fontes abundantes de energia que possui, vem já trabalhando no desenvolvimento de tecnologias para aplicação do hidrogênio. Nós já temos veículos de transporte urbano utilizando o hidrogênio.
Urban transportation using nitrogen. We're now building national policies
os investimentos, não só do setor privado, mas particularmente daquilo que já está estabelecido. O Conselho Nacional de Política Energética aprovou no mês passado uma resolução orientando a Agência Nacional de Energia Elétrica e a Agência Nacional de Petróleo para que eles priorizem aplicações de pesquisa e desenvolvimento em projetos de desenvolvimento da utilização do hidrogênio. Isso é muito importante. E o Conselho Nacional de Política Energética vai aprovar neste mês o Programa Nacional do Hidrogênio, para que nós tenhamos objetivos muito bem definidos e que possamos alcançá-los no tempo que fizer necessário. Isso é muito importante. Nós não podemos perder o timing. E os nossos objetivos são muito claros. É dominar o ciclo completo do hidrogênio com tecnologia e também com capacidade para não só gerar no Brasil, mas como se tornar também um player internacional. Isso é a questão do hidrogênio. No mais, eu acho que nós estamos caminhando muito bem, com planejamentos energéticos bem definidos e tudo isso com muito diálogo, com muita transparência. E eu acho que nós alcançamos nos últimos 2 anos e no que vamos alcançar também num futuro próximo, fruto dessa governança que nós criamos entre o setor público e privado. Então, eu agradeço a vocês a oportunidade, parabéns, Lavínia, pela condução dessa mesa, e também agradeço aos organizadores do evento pelo honroso convite.
We are sorry, but it's terrible. There's a lot of interference.
Muito obrigada, ministra. Obrigada a todos.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you to everybody.
Terminamos com excelentes notícias e ótimas perspectivas.
Good news and excellent perspectives.
Obrigada, fiquem bem, usem máscara e vamos em frente.
Use
Um abraço.
the mask and let's continue. Thank you. Gustavo, CEO of Brazil Conference, directly from Boston. What a day. Since 11 a.m., we're here live, and we were able to recover the end. And once again, I'm sorry, but it's terrible. The sound is terrible. A lot of interference. Gustavo, what did you think about it? Good evening. Good. Sorry, cannot hear anything.
Várias pautas super importantes falando de meio ambiente. Então, eu acho que quando a gente olha o legado desse dia da ABC, eu acho que é um legado super importante.
I think it was a very good.
Estou te ouvindo.
Legacy. Yes, we're hearing you. Sorry, we cannot hear anything at all. In the panels today. Exactly. I'm sorry, we cannot speak. It's very important. Perhaps this is a problem. Lower your microphone. Can you repeat your words, please? Just highlighting the importance of debates Sorry.
De meio ambiente que a gente teve com a presença da ex-ministra Isabela Teixeira, a ex-ministra Silva.
The former minister, it's a legacy. I think it's very important. We are having an echo. I'm sorry. Impossible to translate. Hello, Gustavo. Can you hear me? I think Gustavo is not hearing me. Okay, let's see if our production fixes this with the backstage. And we have a possibility. Let's talk about tomorrow's agenda. As I said, many people are with us since 11 a.m. You can access the site Brazil Conference, the site of Brazil Conference, www.brazilconference.org. You can watch all the panels today, and of course the panels that will happen. And Jacques, this will continue until Saturday. We're reaching half of the conference as of tomorrow, and we'll give you some spoilers tomorrow. It will be summarized. We will have more easiness, but the agenda for tomorrow has 2 panels that you will watch here in back of me, and we will have infrastructure, and we have Wilson Rodriguez, the CEO of GETEX, and he will be here with us. Incredible work. Another panel that we'll have at 7:15 is about fiscal reform, where one of the panelists will be from BTG Pactual. So if you want to be here today with our screen, and you can take a photo, access the site Brazil Conference, and once again, check everything that happened and is in YouTube for you to be watched again, and with what will happen afterwards. Sorry for the translation. Thank you. Sorry for the translation. It's impossible. It's impossible. A lot of interference. I'm sorry.
Acesse e compartilhe.
Oi, Hector, tá me ouvindo? Tá me ouvindo? Opa, tô te ouvindo agora. Manda bala, Hector.
Parece que você está no vídeo.
Oi? Não tá dando pra te ouvir, Hector. Segue o jogo aí sozinho.
Infelizmente, deixa eu ouvir o que disse. Bom, pessoal, agradeço muito a presença de vocês. Ele está de volta. Ele vai iniciar uma acumulado de pessoas que estiveram a participar. A gente vai falar com vocês. Muito obrigado. E amanhã. Boa noite, pessoal.
Um impulso muda tudo. Muda o todo. Muda o mundo. Um impulso e seu negócio já não está mais no mesmo lugar. E aqui, todo mundo, startup e grande corporação, vai concordar. O cenário de inovação é um cenário de incertezas. E faz sentido que seja assim. Se é inovação, é porque ainda não foi feito. Na FabStart, acreditamos num futuro em que startups e corporações aqui no Brasil se tornarão benchmarks de inovação para o mundo. E a FabStart, protagonista dessa transformação. Já deu para imaginar o que esse impulso pode fazer por você? FabStart. Desafio aceito. Comece agora.